The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Dana A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr.
Here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 members present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can you move forward with today's agenda? Please read it into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, August 3rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, University of the Virgin Islands and UVI Research and Technology Park. Invited testifiers: Dr. David Hall, SJD, President, University of the Virgin Islands. Peter Chapman, Executive Director, UVI Research and Technical Park. Block 2, VI Bureau of Information Technology, invited testifier, Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, VI Bureau of Information Technology. Block 3, VI Taxicab Commission. Invited testifier, Ms. Vernice Gomes, Acting Executive Director, VI Taxi Commission. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of today's agenda.
Madam Chair, Senator Javon James.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator James as present. All right, colleagues, we're going to move forward. So thank you for reading the agenda into the record. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to those that are in the well with us today. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to all those that's within the sound of my voice. Today, we will hear from the University of the Virgin Islands, the RT Park, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Information Technology, and the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. And they all will provide testimony in support of their 2024 budget. So, it's showtime. It's showtime. So, I'm going to ask Dr. Hall. He's here with his team. He has himself and a number of his senior leadership here, and I'm seeing a number of individuals in the well with him. So I'm going to ask you, Dr. Hall, to please put your name and title on the record, and I'll ask your team to do likewise when you're done.
Good morning. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning. Shirley Lake King, Vice President for Administration and Finance, CFO.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Camille McHale, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Michelle Neves, Vice President for Institutional Advancement.
Thank you. Do you have anyone on St. Croix or anyone on Teams? No. All right, so we're now going to go to the Executive Director of the RT Park, Mr. Peter Chapman. I'm seeing you there, Mr. Chapman, with your team. Please put your name and title on the record, and your team will follow suit once you're completed.
Good morning. Peter Chapman, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation.
Amina Salim, Chief of Staff for the RT Park.
Good morning. Eric Saunier, Director of Entrepreneurship for the RT Park.
Good morning. Sydney Paul, Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications. Good morning, Matt Beadle, Associate Director of Business Attraction and Strategic Planning.
Good morning, Tahira Duran, Sustainable Development Associate.
Is that it? That's it?
Yes.
Good morning, Bonnie Harrison, Consultant for Accounting and Compliance for the RT Park.
Is that it, Mr. Chapman?
Good morning. One more.
1 second,
John-
1 second.
Good morning to everyone. John Harrison, CFO at the RT Park.
Is that it for, is that it
Yes.
for the RT Park? All right, thank you for putting your name and titles on the record. And we're going to begin with the University of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Hall, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairwoman Fred Gregory and other members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. It is indeed an honor for me to appear before this distinguished body to present the university's budget requests for FY 2023-2024 and respond to your questions. To assist me with today's presentations are Mrs. Shirley Lake King, CFO and Vice President for Administration and Finance, Dr. Camille McHale, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Mr. Michelle Neves, Vice President for Institutional Advancement. Also present are members of my cabinet and deans of the various schools and colleges within the university. I want to speak briefly to you today about a partnership for excellence and innovation. As I began my 15th and final year as president of the University of the Virgin Islands, and thus my 15th time before this committee, it creates a rare opportunity to reflect upon the partnership that has existed between this committee, the Senate, and the university. In addition to the yearly general support this body has provided to the university, there are very strategic interventions and initiatives that we have requested or members of this body have requested that have made a significant difference in the university's ability to achieve its overall mission of serving the people of the Virgin Islands. I label this a partnership because the relationship has been more than just a governmental agency seeking support from a funding source. This has been a true partnership and exchange of ideas and initiatives that have brought the university closer to the elusive and ongoing quest for excellence and innovation. Time will not permit me to address all of the achievements of this partnership, but I do want to highlight some that have occurred recently and those that will have a lasting and significant impact on the university and the territory for decades to come. Speaking of recently, we were informed last month that our new Masters in Social Work program was accredited by the Council of Social Work Education. This outstanding achievement can be traced back to this committee and to the Senate. This program was initially funded so that the Virgin Islands would have more licensed social workers from an accredited program who could serve the people of this territory. It was not born from a document created by the university, but from a vision born by this committee's leadership. The university responded with a plan and has nurtured this vision into this recent achievement. The program has already graduated 7 students, and more licensed social workers are on the way. At the recent June meeting of the Board of Trustees, 3 new bachelor's degree programs in agriculture were approved, which completes the full array of academic programs that the university will offer in this critical field. Since I became president, members of the community have approached me about the need for the university to supplement its outstanding cooperative extension services and agriculture experiment station program with an academic degree program. I always indicated that we were ready to address this challenge, but it has to but it has taken the leadership and support of this committee and the Senate to make this aspiration a reality. This fall, there will be over 20 students enrolled in the agriculture program, and we expect many more in the future. This academic program will serve as an enormous resource to the recently launched Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan, which came into existence because of the advocacy and leadership of Chairwoman Fred Gregory, other co-sponsors of that bill, and the support of other senators. The university is proud to have played a critical role in the development of this transformative plan. At a time when states like Florida are trying to erase and twist history so that matters of race, culture, and the horrors and lingering consequences of slavery and oppression are not taught to future generations, through your support, the university many years ago established the Virgin Islands and Caribbean Culture Center, which will now be led by Dr. Hadia Suer, one of the leading Virgin Islands young scholars. Our goal as a university is to ensure that the richness of the culture of Virgin Islanders is consistently explored and disseminated, and that the history of these lands are not watered down to make it more acceptable to others. Though the university, through its own resources, created its first hospitality and tourism management program, through the funding from this committee and the Senate, we were able to expand the program and create a culinary arts vocational program that graduated in June its first cohort of 12 students who will serve this critical industry in the Virgin Islands. The Culinary Arts program is housed in the recently opened 13D Research and Strategy Innovation Center, which will soon become one of the most creative spaces for students to learn and interact with technology companies. Your funding has also enabled the Culinary Arts program to open a restaurant called Wild Sage, where students get firsthand experience with operating a restaurant and customers obtain delicious and nutritious meals. The debt service support that this committee and the Senate provides enabled the university to construct the West Hall, state-of-the-art residence hall, to invest in the RT Park building so that it would contain space for the College of Science and Mathematics on St. Croix, and initial funding for the construction of 2 medical school buildings. That same debt service will now enable the university to close on a $29 million loan from the HBCU Capital Financing Program in August 2023 to construct a new facility for our nursing program on the St. Croix campus, a new health services area, and support for various reconstruction and infrastructure projects. The nursing facility will house the Bachelor's of Nursing degree program, which was created on the St. Croix campus as a direct result of support provided by this committee and the Senate. Due to the advocacy of the university and the original vision of former Senator Tregenza Roach and former Governor Mapp, this body made history by creating the first free tuition program among HBCUs and one of the few among all universities in the nation. Through continuous support for the program by the legislature and Governor Bryan and his administration, and innovative approaches by the university, free tuition at UVI is one of the most creative and supportive programs in the nation. If we can include part-time students and lower the GPA to the 2.0 as originally proposed by the university, it will ensure that even more students will benefit from one of the most enduring legacies of our partnership. And though the ambitious dream to open an LCME-accredited medical school has not yet been realized, the 2 buildings for which this committee and the Senate provided the initial funding have been completed. The Medical Simulation Center on St. Croix is the best one in the region and contains innovative equipment and sophisticated mannequins that boggles the mind. The center is already conducting training in various areas, and as soon as additional equipment arrives, we'll expand that training to the hospitals and local physicians. The medical school classroom building on St. Thomas is also completed, and we hope to schedule a tour for senators in the coming months. The biomedical facility, which was not part of the original plan but was added as part of the $32.8 million grant from the Department of Commerce EDA program, will be completed in late October and will be operational shortly thereafter. The dream may not yet be realized, but we are so much closer to it than we have ever been, and with the right support, it will become a reality. Your general support for the university has permitted us to take on new challenges and ways to grow our enrollments, such as starting an online program in 2018. That program has become an important strategy for growing our enrollments nationally and internationally, and recently, the prestigious Forbes magazine ranked the UVI online program as the third best of all HBCUs in the nation that have such programs. This is a major accomplishment for a program that was only started 5 years ago. For those Virgin Islanders whose life circumstances preclude them from obtaining a degree in the traditional format, this program is essential in widening the door to higher education. Your general support has also permitted us to be creative and create 15 new minors, 7 new associate degrees, 16 new bachelor's degrees, 8 new master's degrees, and countless certificate programs since 2009 when I became president. Of course, our first PhD program in creative leadership for innovation and change has made it possible for numerous Virgin Islanders and individuals from around the world to secure the highest degree obtainable. It is also producing future leaders for this territory and the world. As I indicated, I can't mention everything we have achieved together, so your direct support and our joint creation of programs like the Caribbean Center for Green Technology, University Bound, Summer Bridge, and numerous other programs are the reason I believe that this partnership is a model for the nation and has placed the university and the territory in a much stronger position. Continuing challenges. Though our partnership has achieved great things together, there are serious challenges that remain which require your immediate and urgent attention. The greatest of these lies in appropriate salaries for our employees. If the university is to attract and retain excellent and creative faculty and staff, our salaries must become more competitive with other universities and with local governmental agencies. The executive branch 3 years ago entered into a collective bargaining agreement with the local teachers union that guaranteed salary increases for 3 consecutive years. Our faculty union is requesting similar treatment, yet we are not in a position to provide it, and our only resource is to request this type of support from this committee and the Senate at large. If the local government consistently raises the salary level of teachers in public schools because they deserve it and because of the shortage of teachers in the territory, then we must do the same for those who train many of those teachers. When individuals with PhD degrees are earning less than individuals working in areas of the government that only requires bachelor's degrees, then it serves as a disincentive for Virgin Islanders and others to pursue advanced higher educational degrees and contribute to the brain drain. As you may be aware, Governor Bryan in his FY 2024 budget submitted to the Senate included $18 million so that all government employees will receive a 3% raise. Yet we were informed that the university was not included in that pool. Thus, our only hope is that this body will appropriate $1.3 million to our FY 2024 budget so we can address this challenge and also provide all of our employees with a well-deserved salary increase. University employees have not received a raise since FY 2022, and I must add, though not in my written report, we have never been able to provide consecutive salary increases since the time that I have been president, and I believe not before then. The second major challenge facing the university is the ongoing operational deficit. The hurricanes and the pandemic had a negative impact on our enrollment, which has prevented the university from addressing various unfunded mandates and an unexpected major increase in property insurance. The COVID federal funding is coming to an end and cannot cover all the unfunded mandates that we have had to absorb. Increases in the GERS contribution from 20.5 to 23.5, costing us an additional $170,000 annually. Health insurance premium increase compounded each year at approximately $120,000, and property insurance increases of $1.2 million after the 2017 hurricane have placed the university in a very vulnerable operating budget position. Though the Board of Trustees in March approved a tuition increase of 7% for the next 2 years and a fee increase in the food services and wellness center activities, this action will not address the full deficit. The administration reduced $1 million in FY 2023 operating budget from various units across the university, which is creating great difficulties in meeting the needs of our students. We need this committee and the Senate's assistance to prevent another major budget reduction and provide the new president with a balanced budget as she or he begins her or his tenure during the coming fiscal year. Therefore, in addition to the salary requests above, we are requesting $1.4 million, which is the total of the items mentioned above. I realize these challenges are great during a time when fiscal constraints exist for the local government, yet I hope that our past success working together will permit this body to provide this critical support. Fiscal year 2023-2024 budget request. The university is thankful for the support Governor Albert Bryan Jr. provided in the budget he submitted to this body for the university for FY 2024. Yet, as stated above, we need the legislature's assistance in addressing those major challenges the university is facing. The breakdown of the university's FY 2024 budget request as submitted by the governor is as follows. And I will not read through the entire line items. You can see them before you. But in addition to the general operating requirements, there is a long list of other specific programs funded by this body that totals $36,751,293. The sum of $27,805,453 is for general operations for 23-24 fiscal year. This includes salaries and benefits for the regular and temporary employees, as well as operating expenditures in accordance with the provisions of Title 17, Chapter 33 and 35 of the Virgin Islands Code. Appendix 1 that you have received provides details of the university's fiscal year 2023 operating budget, inclusive of revenue and expenditures as of June 30th, 2023. Additionally, our appropriation request that was submitted includes approximately $9 million in funding for other programs and initiatives important to the university's mission, the territory's transformation, and advocated for by this body. Among them are SBDC matching funds, the Senior Citizens Tuition Assistance, Val and Sal scholarships, the Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, Construction Manager Program, Green Technology, Hospitality and Tourism Management, University Bound, Summer Bridge, the Jarn Brewers Maintenance and Security, Agriculture Science and Aquaculture Program, and the Masters in Social Work and the Bachelors of Science in Nursing on the St. Croix campus. In addition, the governor also submitted funding for the free tuition program, $3 million, and the medical school debt service, $1 million, in a separate part of the general budget. However, if you appropriate only the amounts included in Governor Bryan's proposed budget, then the critical challenges mentioned above will not be met. And we are hereby requesting that you add $2.7 million to the amount submitted above. In conclusion, scholars define an enduring partnership in the following manner, and I quote, "If we have invested meaningful time, listened to each other, and genuinely sought consensus, we move forward together, even when we disagree." End of quote. These simple words capture the essence of my relationship and the university's relationship with this committee and with the Senate. We may not have always agreed, and there is so much that the university and the Senate still desires for the people of the Virgin Islands. Yet we have embraced a common vision and mission and have listened and learned from each other along the way. Thank you for the respect and support you have provided to the university that I have been blessed to lead for the last 14 years, and I hope you have felt the respect and support that we have attempted to return. With your continuing support, I am confident that the University of the Virgin Islands will continue to fulfill its mission and will reach greater heights in the future. I look forward to spending my final year working closely with each of you, addressing the challenges that remain, and completing the final chapter of this presidency in a way that makes all of us proud. I remain ready to listen and to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hall, for your testimony. I'm now going to call on CEO Peter Chapman of the RT Park. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Finance, and other senators present. My name is Peter Chapman, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation, also known as the RT Park. I'm honored to be here today to offer testimony with respect to the RT Park's 2023 achievements to date and to provide an overview of our emerging 2024 organizational priorities. The Virgin Islands Legislature has been a critical investor in the RT Park since our founding in 2002, and we are most grateful for the leadership demonstrated by this body in helping this current RT Park administration advance several key initiatives. I am joined today by several core team members: Chief of Staff Amina Salim, Director of Entrepreneurship Eric Saunier, Associate Director for Business Attraction Matt Beadle, Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications Sydney Paul, and Sustainable Development Associate Tahira Duran. We also have participating virtually our CFO John Harrison and our Senior Manager for Compliance Bonnie Harrison. Since the RT Park does not receive an annual appropriation and will not be requesting general operating support from the legislature at this time, this report is intended to serve as a concise yet substantive briefing on our continued progress toward fulfilling the vision of the RT Park outlined within Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code. We adopted a best practices-centered economic development programming model in 2018 and are presently undertaking a comprehensive set of activities, some of which are being carried out with the generous project-specific support of the Virgin Islands Legislature as well as the Bryan administration. But before I dive into those details, I want to first provide an overview of the RT Park Corporation's mission, operation, and revenue drivers. Now in our 21st year of operation, the RT Park is an independent, self-sustaining economic development corporation established by the VI legislature to help diversify and strengthen the economy of the Virgin Islands by harnessing the region's competitive advantages to become a hub for technology and agricultural research-focused economic development. According to Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, which, along with our 2018 strategic plan, serves as our North Star or overarching guide. We have as our principal mandate the implementation of a holistic economic development model that concentrates on the attraction of new companies to the territory, the support of early stage and startup enterprises, the provision of access to capital to qualified businesses, the facilitation of workforce development training opportunities for Virgin Islanders, and the creation of new real estate facilities that support tech talent and the growth of companies in our target industry sectors. I should also note that we are an independent affiliate of the University of the Virgin Islands, and as such, we have helped facilitate both internships and permanent employment within the tech sector for many UVI students and alumni, respectively. With respect to our operating capacity, we presently have 13 FTEs, and we continue to augment our full-time permanent staff with subject matter professionals who work on contract. We also engage UVI interns and summer fellows primarily from the Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan. Our revenue is overwhelmingly derived from fees charged to companies receiving tax benefits, and consistent with Title 17, we reinvest this revenue into our economic and community development programs, which primarily benefit Virgin Islanders as well as UVI. As a result of our continued progress in attracting high-impact companies and ensuring that we have very sound compliance and collection protocols in place, we expect that 2023 will be yet another successful year, and this year's projected 10 million plus in revenue will represent a nearly 250% increase since 2018, when we adopted a reform-oriented focus, which was essential to help strengthen the RT Park's operations. Our growth over the last nearly 5 years has also allowed us to completely eliminate our debt, which exceeded $4 million when this current RT Park team was first installed. Most of this debt resulted from loans made to the RT Park by UVI during the RT Park's formative years. I'm especially proud to report that in 2023, our efforts will also yield an unprecedented level of financial support for UVI, an institution that remains a vital source of the human capital required to help fuel the growth of our regional tech sector. Although supporting UVI is a secondary focus of the RT Park under Title 17, we conservatively expect to generate more than $2.7 million for the university this year, which represents a nearly 275% increase in financial support to the university from the RT Park's operations since 2018. And when you look at 2017, the year prior to implementing a more muscular economic development model consistent with Title 17, you'll see that the most money the RT Park had ever generated for UVI in a single year was just over $813,000, far below the $2.7 million we expect to generate for UVI by the end of this year, conservatively. It also bears noting that since our inception, the RT Park has generated approximately $13.5 million in financial support for UVI, over $12 million, or roughly 90% of which has been generated but for the university in just the last 5 years by this current team. This success is directly attributed to our implementation of a more aggressive and comprehensive economic development programming model, and this success is also attributed to the amazing capabilities of a very effective, dedicated, and diverse group of professionals. It is truly the performance of the current team that helps generate the necessary revenue to advance the economic and entrepreneurship needs of Virgin Islanders, while also providing substantial financial support to UVI. The results-driven performance of our lean and stellar team of professionals also helped the RT Park earn the distinction of being designated a best-in-class economic development organization by the International Economic Development Council, the leading economic development trade and policy institution in North America. Our considerable growth over the last 5 years is captured in our 2022 annual report, hard copies of which have been shared with all of the senators. We also look forward to sharing our new 5-year strategic plan with you when it is completed later this year. And before shifting to the overview of our various activities, I want to call to your attention the pie chart in my written testimony showing precisely where we are spending the revenue we generate. As you can see, we are an extremely efficient organization, and one indicator of this is that what we spend on personnel. I want to shift to an overview of our programs. This morning, I specifically want to highlight our progress across 7 relevant areas. 1 is sector-based attraction of mature companies. 2 is accelerate VI and related entrepreneurship activities. 3 is the Virgin Islands STEM Kids Youth Coding Program. 4 is the Tech Village Mixed Use and Sustainable Development Project. 5 is the Virgin Islands STEM Talent Archive Talent Attraction Initiative. 6 is the Catalyst Fund Revolving Loan Fund Program. And 7 are emerging initiatives, which I'll discuss during the end of my presentation. With respect to sector-based business attraction, we've executed agreements with a diverse array of companies that are all using advanced innovations to drive their business models. One example is Farm Shelf Labs, a sustainable agriculture enterprise that manufactures bookcase-sized smart indoor farms. These products empower anyone to grow leafy greens, herbs, and flowering crops wherever they live, work, or eat. They are small enough to fit into a restaurant or home and powerful enough to provide pounds of fresh produce every week. In fact, it is not uncommon to walk into a restaurant or a hotel in a major U.S. city and see a Farm Shelf Labs indoor tank, since the company has an impressive list of customers and is actively trying to increase sales. Another example is M1 Enterprises, and we're joined this morning by CEO and founder, Mr. Douglas Rideout. M1 is a nationally recognized entity specializing in medical coding and billing certification, education, and workforce training. Their sustainable remote workforce development solution aids communities in recovery. Furthermore, M1 promotes their learn, live, and work remotely model through a blend of in-person classroom training and instructor-led online courses, providing a path into the healthcare industry for Virgin Islanders. Since launching in the Virgin Islands this past year, M1 has trained 54 Virgin Islanders, and the company has contacted another 354 individuals who want to work remotely. I also want to emphasize that we are actively engaged in executing business attraction agreements with larger, potentially catalytic enterprises, such as a renewable energy company that specializes in solar infrastructure for commercial and residential projects of scale, and an engineering company that builds state-of-the-art sustainable structures. These businesses are reflective of the RT Park's increasing focus on attracting quality over quantity, which in this case means companies with the potential to create a significant number of jobs in high-growth sectors and make substantial capital investment into the territory, which bolsters our tax revenue base. It is also noteworthy that among the companies in our pipeline of the 24 prospects that we have are enterprises that are owned by expat ancestral Virgin Islanders looking to move back to the territory. Overall, the RT Park currently has over 80 traditional or mature companies in our portfolio, which represents an approximately 270% increase in the number of businesses in this portfolio since 2018. And I want to make clear to the committee that this number fluctuates quite a bit on a monthly basis as we recruit new companies and also as we exit non-compliant companies from this portfolio. With respect to entrepreneurship, I want to focus on first on the Accelerate VI program. We've completed our fourth cohort of this program, Accelerate VI, which is a structured 3-month accelerator program designed to help promising early-stage companies grow and scale their businesses from the Virgin Islands. The AVI program seeks to diversify the Virgin Islands economy by helping to create more tech startups and to populate the existing technology industry with local talent. The RT Park attempts to empower local enterprises by offering mentorship opportunities, access to a physical co-working space, and guidance from a dedicated and knowledgeable leadership team. Thus far, we've worked with 22 startups who have collectively grown revenue more than $2.6 million and raised over $7 million in capital. In addition to AVI, we recently launched the inaugural USVI Idea Incubator this past spring, and we are currently helping 3 entrepreneurs from St. Croix and 1 from St. Thomas go from idea to product in 5 months. As we continue to evolve these important entrepreneurship programs, we hope to not only serve early-stage firms with the potential to create economic benefit for the Virgin Islands, but also those that will help address service gaps that may affect quality of life. One example is the need for rideshare services that will help expand transportation options. I want to commend Senator Javon James on his prior efforts in this regard. As the legislature continues to explore ways to bring rideshare to the Virgin Islands, we hope you will look to the RT Park as a resource. Also, as some of you may recall, we are working closely with actor, producer, and technology entrepreneur Tim Reed to help strengthen what we call the creative economy, an emerging sectoral focus for the RT Park that is initially focused on making the Virgin Islands a more prominent destination for film and media businesses and projects which rely heavily on technology to advance the work of individuals involved in the visual and performing arts. Our partnership with Mr. Reed is multi-layered, and as such, it entails helping him expand his streaming service, Legacy TV, or LGCY TV, into the Virgin Islands. This company streams entertainment content drawn from the African diaspora. The partnership also concentrates on building a film production training program that will help prepare Virgin Islanders to participate meaningfully on film projects seeking to shoot in the territory, or media companies considering establishing a more permanent presence in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Reed has taught film production at HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, and at the British Film Institute for many years, and recognizes the benefits that could accrue to communities from training local talent who can help fuel the growth of our emerging creative economy efforts. With respect to youth education, I want to focus on our flagship program for a minute, which is VI STEM Kids. Some of you may recall that in 2020, we launched this program, which was an initiative designed to provide inspiring STEM-based learning opportunities to school-aged youth. The goal of the program is to introduce basic coding concepts to the participating children as a way of motivating them to pursue further STEM studies and future STEM careers. In 2022, we were able to provide STEM education to over 130 students participating in the summer camps of the Caribbean Centers for Boys and Girls of the Virgin Islands on St. Croix and St. Thomas. During the summer of 2023, just this past summer, the VI STEM Kids program delivered a comprehensive curriculum in general science, engineering, and computer science to students in the USVI territory. From June 25th to July 25th, over 200 students from St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix engaged in specialized week-long curriculum provided and facilitated by the VI STEM Kids team. Throughout the summer, VI STEM Kids facilitators visited all 3 islands and delivered over 150 hours of facilitation to the students. This year, we are proud to have 2 reputable nonprofit partners granting us privileged access to engage with students in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, the Caribbean Center for Boys and Girls of the Virgin Islands, and the Boys and Girls Club in St. Thomas, St. John. Shifting to physical development or facilities development, I want to focus on our Tech Village project. This is also categorized under what we call agriculture-centered development. We continue to make progress toward breaking ground on Tech Village this year. This mixed-use project has been a nearly 4-year journey for us, and it remains one of the largest redevelopment initiatives of its kind on St. Croix. Tech Village will be constructed on a 27-acre site on Queen Mary Highway, directly across from the UVI St. Croix campus and within the footprint of the federally designated Opportunity Zone. When completed, it will consist of 20,000 square feet of office and research and development space, as well as farmland to be used by agricultural research companies as part of the first phase. It will consist of 66 units of workforce housing, and Tech Village will support the creation of an estimated 300 new jobs on St. Croix at full build-out. We are grateful for the support of the legislature in advancing this project. The land conveyance was approved by the 34th legislature in November 2021, and rezoning was approved in March of 2022, along with the land swap, which was proposed by Senate President Francis. And this land swap ensured that there would be no net loss of agriculturally zoned land. In addition to completing the soil analysis, the historic and archaeological analysis, as well as project renderings, we have also completed our construction documents. Throughout this process, we have maintained the commitments of our private sector financing partners, most notably Dwight Capital, one of the nation's largest U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development-backed mortgage lenders. And perhaps most noteworthy, we are making progress with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority toward processing our most recent grant submission to the agency seeking CDBG-DR gap funding. Due to factors out of our control, project costs have increased significantly, especially over the last 2 years. One such factor includes the global supply chain crunch, which is placing upward pressures on the price of building materials and the overall cost of construction. Also, BIHFA has requested that we increase the number of apartments that are affordable to low to moderate income households, which will require a deeper level of subsidy to fill the resulting gap in our revenue projections. This increase in the number of income-restricted apartments also requires that we factor into our project costs a substantial utility allowance, which is set by HUD. In our most recent construction cost analysis, these three conditions have increased our funding gap to well over $29 million. This gap was only $8 million 2 years ago, but I'm pleased to report that Governor Bryan has expressed his commitment to ensuring that we have the CDBG-DR monies necessary to close this gap, and there is a lot of unused CDBG-DR. We are indeed extremely grateful for the governor's continued support and also for the guidance we've received from HUD officials in Washington. With the impending groundbreaking for Tech Village, we have also taken great care to relocate the farmer who has been operating on a portion of the site. Through the financial and technical support of the RT Park, he is on track to be relocated to a plot in Community Garden, Lower Love in St. Croix by late August of this year. His external fencing is completed. His application to the USDA NRCS program has been submitted. He has received his complete plant inventory from the St. George Botanical Gardens, and he has begun building his livestock pens. Because one of the critical objectives of the Tech Village project is to strengthen the capacity of our local St. Croix farmers, I also want to highlight the work we're doing with the Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition to craft long-term solutions that position farmers to more effectively address our need for greater food independence. Additionally, we are partnering with AwareCo LLC for the implementation of a composting and food waste reduction pilot program that is seeking funding from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the outstanding work of our sustainability associate, Tahira Duran in managing the relocation of the farmer and in advancing our partnerships with key agricultural stakeholders. Shifting to talent development, I want to focus on our Virgin Islands STEM Archive program. We've continued to fully maximize our Vista Plus portal, which is what we call it, for accessing and connecting tech talent from throughout the Virgin Islands diaspora and local employers who are seeking to build a highly qualified, well-credentialed workforce. Through our partnership with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, which began approximately a year ago, we are implementing an aggressive marketing campaign to populate the database and begin filling job vacancies. With this new funding, we have hired a Vista Plus program coordinator and a marketing specialist. Their roles involve overseeing program operations, streamlining candidate registration processes, and implementing effective marketing strategies. This addition has bolstered the program's organizational capacity, ensuring smoother operations and a better experience for both job seekers and employers. Consistent with the program's objective to attract skilled Virgin Islanders back to the territory, we recently launched the hashtag #ComeHomeUSVI campaign. This initiative serves as an inspiring call to action, encouraging individuals who have migrated to the mainland U.S. to return home and contribute to the Virgin Islands economy as a member of our workforce. At the heart of this campaign is the Connect and Collaborate multi-city outreach series. This series creates opportunities for individuals to engage, network, and collaborate with fellow Virgin Islanders, fostering a sense of community and connection. Targeted cities include Houston, Miami, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. Thus far, we've held forums in the latter two markets, and we've learned, based on perspectives shared by participating Virgin Islands expats, that attracting many of these individuals back home will not be easy. They posed very thoughtful and legitimate questions about the state of our healthcare system, the availability of decent market rate housing, the progress toward bringing energy costs in line with what people pay in mainland U.S. markets, just to highlight a few of their concerns. Thus, this outreach has provided us with important qualitative data that reinforces our commitment to continuing to do our part to foster a healthier ecosystem, and also inspires us to continue encouraging the government of the Virgin Islands to pursue timely reforms that help eliminate the barriers to talent attraction. Since its inception, Vista Plus has witnessed remarkable progress, reflected in the number of candidates and employers actively engaged in the platform. To date, the program has successfully registered 288 candidates who are eager to contribute their skills and expertise to the Virgin Islands. The Vista Plus platform has gained the attention and support of 100 employers who recognize the value of engaging with the program. These employers, which include private, civic, and federal government sector organizations, are actively seeking talented individuals to fill positions and contribute to the success of their businesses and to the Virgin Islands economy as a whole. In anticipation of even greater success and growth, the Vista Plus program will undergo a complete site revision in the coming year. These improvements are intended to further enhance the platform's functionality, user experience, and overall effectiveness. By continuously improving and evolving, the program remains committed to providing a robust and efficient platform that seamlessly connects candidates and employers, which ultimately contributes to the economic and social development of the Virgin Islands. Shifting to access to capital, I want to focus on our progress with respect to the Catalyst Fund Revolving Loan Program, which of course is our signature access to capital program at this point in time. In the past year, through the support of the legislature, which provided us with $5 million in seed funding via enactment of Bill 340058, which was signed into law by Governor Bryan, we were able to launch the Catalyst Fund, which is designed to provide patient, flexible financing for larger businesses and real estate development ventures that help make the Virgin Islands a more attractive destination for high-impact economic development projects undertaken by both existing local enterprises and new-to-market firms. We are grateful for the unwavering support of the 34th Legislature, especially for the strong leadership and guidance of Senate President Novell Francis. I know I've mentioned him twice, but he's been very involved in our activities, for helping us make the Catalyst Fund a reality. We officially began underwriting loans and deploying capital last year, and we've secured approval from our Loan Review Committee for 3 transactions, 2 large-scale sustainable agriculture businesses, and 1 medical coding company, M1 Enterprises, which I mentioned earlier. M1 has already repaid the funds utilized from its Catalyst Fund line of credit, I'm happy to report. Of the $5 million received from the legislature, $3.1 million is encumbered, and we are anticipating applications from another 3 or 4 businesses that will fully deplete the remaining $1.9 million in financing available. We are therefore poised to resubmit to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority very soon an application for $30 million in community development block grant DR or mitigation funding. Governor Bryant committed these resources several years ago, and we are hopeful that we can receive them this year since we have a volume of financing requests that exceed the amount of capital available to lend. This funding is critically important not only because of the increasing demand among businesses seeking to enter the Virgin Islands market, but more importantly, because existing local enterprises seeking to expand have few other viable options for securing low-cost, patient capital. Finally, with respect to the Catalyst Fund, I should note that we have completed a full audit of the loan portfolio, and this is contained within the within the full written report that has been submitted to the legislature and to the government of the Virgin Islands. As I move into the last part of my presentation, I want to focus on 2 important emerging initiatives. It's been an extremely busy period for us. I can't cover all of the emerging initiatives, but I do want to cover 2. I mentioned earlier in my presentation our focus on what we call the creative economy, and this is, I believe, an intensely out-of-the-box strategy to bring talented Virgin Islanders back home from the U.S. mainland and from other places as a means of strengthening and enhancing our labor force. In addition to our partnership with media entrepreneur and veteran TV star Tim Reed, we are also working with film industry executive Miss Nikki DeLone, executive producer of Chicago Med and a St. Tomian. She's working with us to recruit a major film equipment and soundstage company to establish a complex on St. Croix. We are presently negotiating for the acquisition of a 35-acre site in Frederiksted via a local nonprofit that would house this major production company as well as other mixed-use elements that would support local creative economy entrepreneurs throughout the Virgin Islands while also stimulating the economic revitalization and reinvestment within the west end of St. Croix in Frederiksted. Innovate STT, which I've mentioned during a legislative forum earlier this month. We've been working on what we consider to be an action-oriented and multi-layered strategy that could transform downtown Charlotte-Amalia into a vibrant innovation district. Innovation districts are physical locations designated by cities and regions to expand their base of technology and knowledge-based enterprises, and the concept is founded on the premise that in order to attract the talent that helps fuel tech and advanced industries, you must engage in good place-making, which is an urban planning concept that refers to the process of creating places, quite simply, where people want to be. Innovation district initiatives, which are now commonly found across the industrialized world, are often also accompanied by stepped-up technical assistance efforts for local entrepreneurs, as well as community development activities that address blight and entrenched poverty in surrounding neighborhoods. We've targeted downtown Charlotte-Amalie for exploration of what would be USVI's first such district, partly because of its locational advantages as the island's central business district and the severe deterioration evident in many parts of the downtown. Our version of the Innovation District concept would be consistent with the tenets of Title 17 and also with leading practices from around the globe. Our Innovation District redevelopment effort is quite comprehensive and thus requires a separate meeting with the legislature at the appropriate time to present all of the details. But thus far, we have lined up viable financial partners and have begun to solicit feedback from selected local stakeholders. And we are excited about the prospect of launching this unprecedented redevelopment initiative with the assistance of a sizable allocation of community development block grant mitigation dollars to be used as gap funding. But we wouldn't start working in earnest on such a project until we got Tech Village off the ground, just to be clear. In conclusion, as we look to 2024, we will continue to advance all of the aforementioned programs, initiatives, and projects, and we will become more intentional about pursuing partnerships that position the RT Park to have an even greater impact on demand-driven workforce development education. While we understand the importance of training Virgin Islanders for current unfilled jobs, we believe that there's an urgent need to be more creative and aggressive about preparing the workforce for jobs that will exist in the future, which is the very definition of demand-driven workforce development programming. And the areas that represent, we believe, perhaps low-hanging fruit for us include defense-related technologies, sustainable development, and healthcare information fields. Additionally, as we continue to strengthen our core operations in the coming year, we will apply a keen focus on implementing new protocols that help ensure that the RT Park and UVI are fully accountable to our client companies, specifically for the funding that these businesses earmark for the university. And finally, we plan to take a more systematic approach to raising money from philanthropy, something we've not yet fully attempted as an economic development corporation. As we seek to take our work to scale, we recognize the importance of expanding and diversifying our funding base. Senators, this concludes my formal remarks. We would be glad to entertain any questions from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for your comprehensive testimony. Colleagues, we have two. We have the University of the Virgin Islands and the RT Park. There's two agencies that we have before us, so we're going to do a 7-minute round today. And before we begin, I have a few questions. Well, first off, I want to congratulate Dr. Hall and his team for the establishment of the agricultural academic program. It's been a long time coming, and you did make a commitment that you would make it happen, and it's here. And you said that you have 20 students, and those students would have started, and when you speak the first time, for the sake of the stenographer, please put your name on the record. So that program started...
David Hall, president of the University of the Virgin Islands, the first degree programs were passed 2 years ago, and those were associate degrees. A year ago, we passed our first bachelor's, or the board approved the first bachelor's, and just this past June, we passed the remaining bachelor degree program. So students have been enrolling from the beginning of the associate degree programs, and those numbers have increased. We believe that now that we have a full array of bachelor programs in agriculture, that those numbers will grow beyond the 20 that we've talked about.
All right. So I know that, I believe it was last fiscal year or the fiscal year before, last meeting 23, the fiscal year that we're in now, we did appropriate some funding for the UVI surveyor program as well as the appraisers program and the construction manager program.
Yes.
And that's about $800,000, give or take, between those three programs. And what I'm interested in finding out, and of course those programs, the funding goes to UVSL proper. How is that, how are we utilizing those funds? Are we seeing success with those programs at UVSL?
Yeah, the construction management program is up and operating, and we have students. The surveyor program is the one where we have had to hire a consultant to do an analysis of what would be the type of curriculum appropriate for us to address the particular need. I think the original proposal assumed that this could be a short certificate program that could be implemented right away. After further analysis, it became clear that for these individuals to be accepted by the industry, that they were going to need more courses. And we are now having a consultant do an analysis as to exactly what are the courses that are needed. So we have only expended the funds for the consultant, and that's is for both of those, the surveyor and the other program. And so those funds, other than that part, have not been expended and will be available to us once that proposal comes back to us and we can start well, first of all, if it requires, and this is the question, if the report says we can do it as a certificate program, then we can implement it right away. If it has to be at the associate and clearly at the bachelor's level, we will need to get board approval for that. But having the consultant, what we're charging that person to do is to develop the curriculum. So that will cut through some of the delay. But this has turned out to be a little bit more complicated than what we originally anticipated when we had the discussion last year.
Okay, so I asked the question because it's important for us to note whether or not we should continue to fund this or hold off on funding this until you are able to figure out, what direction the university can go in.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have a consultant on board. That, of course, requires funding, of course.
Yes.
But it's important for us to know so we can have a deeper dive conversation around what we believe is best as we move forward with the 2024 budget when it comes to, I would say, these two programs.
Yes.
Okay? So that's something that we would definitely be interested in you getting back to us to make a determination as to what direction we should go in there.
Thank you.
All right. And then Mr. Chapman. So I note in your testimony you spoke about the VI Good Food Coalition and the long-term solutions that position farmers to more effectively address our needs for greater food independence. And I have to ask this question because I know that we've just been at this agriculture plan and we've done so much around funding this plan. And many times what happens here in the Virgin Islands is we just bump up against each other and nothing happens. So I need to understand exactly what you're doing with the VI Good Food Coalition and how you're partnering with the work that we're doing with the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands as it relates to this ag plan and the fact that we funded this plan, we begin to fund this plan, and we intend to continue to fund this plan. So we don't want to have entities like yours, the university, and agriculture bumping up against each other, and then we're not successful overall. So I need to understand what's happening here.
Sure. So thank you for the question. So I'm going to have Chief of Staff Salim and also Tahira Duran, our sustainability associate, weigh in on this. but I want to provide kind of an overarching response. So our work has been extremely targeted to direct technical assistance and recruiting sustainable agriculture companies. So we've been not so much involved in macro level planning. We've been involved in, quite frankly, implementation, right? Bringing sustainable ag companies to the territory, helping them grow, helping them scale. Farm Shelf is one example. Impact Traits, our anchor tenant on the Tech Village site, which will employ farmers either individually or through a co-op. So I want to make clear, most of our work has been in implementation of ag-based economic development. But I want to try to address some of the questions you're asking about our involvement with other entities, starting with the VI Good Food Coalition.
Good morning. I'm Ms. Salim, Chief of Staff at the UVI RT Park. We are working with the Good Food Coalition for a number of years now. We offer them a lot of support as far as having our space to use for meetings. We've had a number of farmer meetings that they held in our 64 West building on the UVI campus. We also give them space in our co-working space to also do some work, and when they have consultants to come down. So it's a very supportive in that manner, but a lot of it is also planning and what can be done. They're very interested in finding out if one day there were loans for farmers, or what kind of programs are available for farmers as far as helping them economically, what type of training would farmers have, what type of, as our director says, our CEO said, what type of philanthropic money is out there that we could be looking for farmers. And so there's not been any planning that is in a controversy as far as what's going on as far as the agricultural plan, but just how we could fit in as the RT Park and support those who are doing this. We're very happy that Dr. Peterson is now the commissioner, because he has worked with us before on our program that we're going to have at Tech Village. And so he's aware of that program, and we've started talking with them again. So we plan to be involved with all the farmers in the territory, and we lend our building to them anytime we can. So we're not going to be in conflict at all.
Thank you for your response. I'm going to ask you and your CEO, Mr. Chapman, to take a look at Act number 8700 and also to take a look at the Ag Plan. The last thing that we need is to have other entities bumping up against each other. We actually took some time out in the 35th legislature to actually begin to fund elements of the Ag Plan, and one of them is the establishment of the Agriculture Small Business Center. Dr. Hall, could you just give us a quick update as to where we are with some of that funding that we provided, and where you are with the implementation of some of the elements of this plan? Because what I'm hearing is that there's just one word that jumped out at me in particular, and that is the Good Food, to craft long-term solutions that position farmers. And we know that this is a work in progress, so we definitely appreciate the work that you're doing at the RT Park. But it's important that you understand that there is significant work that has occurred with this plan and the funding of this plan. So it's important that we don't bump up against each other and there's that conversation. So let me hear from you, Dr. Hall, as to where things are right now.
Thank you for the question. We have been able to convene the local food and farm council that the legislation that was passed called for. We had excellent participation. We have another meeting tomorrow, matter of fact. At that meeting, we hope to approve an outline for the Agriculture Business Center, which will be a part of SBDC. Our position has been that the council should be overseeing what the various agencies are doing who received funding or who were appropriated funds. We will be also approving, hopefully tomorrow, the pilot program that the Department of Education has developed for agriculture in the curriculum. At our last meeting, they gave us an overview of what they hope to do. We asked them to present something to us in writing for this upcoming meeting, and that will be approved. The sponsored program initiative to secure funding for irrigation and water in the territory, that will be before the body tomorrow as well, and we hope to approve their plan so they can start hiring and implementing. Director Biggs was going to present the plan for the investment fund and the matching fund at tomorrow's meeting, but he contacted us a couple of days ago and said he will be traveling tomorrow, and therefore he would like to put that on the next meeting agenda. So we are moving forward on those high priority issues. One of the issues that we really would, that needs to be addressed is that the farmers have not been nominated officially or approved by this body so they can join us. The act requires 3 farmers and a person from the restaurant or food industry to be on the council. We decided to go ahead and start moving. The commissioner indicated that there are some names in front of the governor, but we do not know if at least I do not know if the governor has sent those names down to the Senate for approval. So we do want the farmers to be on the council because that is critical, but we will continue to move forward in the meantime, and we do plan to, once each particular item is approved and ready to be implemented, to reach out to the larger farming community and share with them how the Ag Business Center is going to operate so they can have input on that. Right. But we do need them on the at the table, so if there's anything that we can do to facilitate the process, we stand ready to do so.
All right, well, thank you for your response. I just believe it's very important that we are not using our resources in a wasteful way, and that we have all different entities doing different things when there's a clear path around how we're moving forward with regards to supporting our farmers here in the territory. And, you know, sometimes some of us want to move in different directions, but we've established a plan. The legislation is clear, the work that was done is clear, and we've made that commitment that we will continue to fund the different areas of the plan. This has been something that has been discussed for many, many years, and we are finally moving forward. So I'm going to just ask the folks at the RT Park to please consult with the Department of Agriculture as well as the president of the University of the Virgin Islands, so we can make sure that we are not duplicating our resources. All right, I want to make sure that we're clear on that. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff, good morning. President Hall and your supporting management team there with you. Good morning also to those in the chambers.
Good morning.
And all of the other employees. Good morning, CEO Chapman and your supporting team there with you. And thank you guys so much for those comprehensive testimonies, so much information. I look forward to you coming back in the committee of jurisdiction so you can really flush out many of the challenges and other initiatives in your testimony. But since it's budget, I'm going to stick to the numbers. I'm going to go to the post-audit report today, okay? I'm going to start on page 16 of the post-audit report, 16 and 17. There's a $44.7 million amount when it comes to professional service contracts. So my question is, number one, when it comes to the contracts, many of them are on an annual basis. but some of them just states contract. For instance, you have custom builders for construction, $17.8 million. In this chart, it would be nice to know how much have been expended and what the time frame of the term is. Is it possible we can get a revised chart of these contracts so we can have a more clearer picture? I'll appreciate that because it's too much to review right now. Okay, because of a lot of contracts.
We can do that. We will provide that to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, federal grants from page 17. There's a total amount of $62.7 million in federal grant. Also, they have the grant awards, what they are for, the purpose. Well, again, I would like to know how much have been expended in terms of your federal grant total overall? How much have been expended to date?
I would ask CFO Lake King to address that.
Good morning, Shirley Lake King, Vice President, Administration and Finance. I will have to get the response for you shortly, but I don't have it with me. But we have been expending our grants, and the university has been diligent in its reporting as well.
And when it comes to a grant, for sure, all of it will be expended.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very well. Look forward to seeing that. And also, you have also local grants also from OMB. You have a total amount of $17 million also in local grants. Again, it would be nice to know exactly how much have been expended and where you're at with those grants. Okay?
Okay, we'll provide that.
Okay, now let's go to your testimony. Let me go to your testimony. In respect to your testimony, you have the social work program, which already achieved accreditation this year. But then I believe you're asking for another, which was $80,000 have been allotted, but you have $80,000 again for the next fiscal year in the budget?
Well, we are asking for the same amount for the social work program that had been appropriated in the past.
For what? Because they have been accredited already. So what is the $80,000 for? How does that work?
Yeah, because the accreditation comes about because we've hired faculty members. Correct. And they are working, so they need to continue to work. So even though it mentions that those funds were necessary to obtain accreditation, it wasn't the visit. It is to satisfy the requirements of the accrediting agency, which is that you have to have a certain number of faculty members teaching in the program, and they have to have certain credentials. And so we have met that standard, and without the funding, we would not have met that standard. But we need to maintain the accreditation, so we need to maintain the funding.
Okay, very well. What is the status of the medical school project?
As I said in my testimony, from a facility standpoint, we are doing extremely well. All of the buildings will be completed by the end of October. In order to reapply for accreditation, we need more funding, and that has been the issue. We've been working with donors in order to obtain the additional funding, but the last time we tried, that was the only concern raised by the accreditors, is that they want to see more reserve funding, and they want to make sure that if they approve the medical school, that the funding will be there on an ongoing basis. So that's the major challenge for us.
Anna, are you meeting a debt? Are you meeting a debt payments?
Excuse me?
Are you meeting a debt payments for the?
Yes, we. That is not the issue related to the buildings. It is operational funding that is needed.
Okay, very well. Let's go to your vacancies. You have 57 vacant positions. How much vacancies do you have? Oh, yeah.
I will ask VP Lake King to give the exact number, and I do want to respond to that as well.
Certainly. Good morning, Shirley Lake King, Vice President, Administration and Finance. Currently, at the end of July, we have 37 faculty positions that are vacant and 70 staff positions.
And if I could just quickly add to that, in my testimony, I talked about
1 minute.
the importance of salary increases, and we are seeing quite a turnover, especially in the faculty area, and it is because we are not able to be competitive with other universities. So we're bringing new people in, they stay for a short while, and then some of them are leaving us. So we want to cut down on those numbers, but we need to be more competitive in our salaries.
Okay, very well. CEO Chapman, I mean, time around me so fast, but let me ask you quickly in respect
30
to
seconds.
the tech village and the opportunity in the opportunity zone, and you spoke to up to potentially 300 new jobs on the island of St. Croix, right? And then you spoke in your testimony in respect to the VI Catalyst Fund, and you stated that only 6 applicants for financing through the fund have applied. Is that correct? Because in respect to that opportunity, that's a great opportunity. What marketing is being done to assure that more Virgin Islanders apply to those programs?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator Blayden. So let me say that we are grateful for the $5 million, but because $5 million is not in the world of economic development lending a lot of capital, we have been extremely measured about how we've marketed the program. So we have looked at how we use the Catalyst Fund as a resource for really 2 types of businesses: new-to-market businesses and businesses that are looking to expand, existing businesses looking to expand. And so we've been working through our networks, which include not only RT Park companies, traditional RT Park companies, but accelerator companies and other companies in the territory that are looking to grow and scale. And so when you see the data with respect to the number of applicants, it can be kind of misleading because we actually have a lot of interest in the Catalyst Fund, but we don't pursue nor start the underwriting process with companies that we don't think will get through the LRC process. It is a very targeted revolving loan fund. It is for businesses that have the ability to grow and scale and create lots of jobs for Virgin Islanders. So it's a very targeted tool.
Okay,
we will implement a more robust marketing plan when we have more capital on hand, hopefully with the $30 million that the governor committed several years ago.
Okay, okay, thank you. My time has been called, but in closing, how important it is for those the CDBG-DR funds to be secured because of the timing, because time is everything in construction, and these days, as you stated, 2 years ago, we went from $8 to $29 million, so that can save the government a lot of funds in respect to the funding. How important it is, and by what time do you need to have those funds secured? And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Yeah, that's a great question, Senator Blyden. So based on our ongoing communication with HUD officials in Washington, it's our understanding that with respect to the CDBG, the overall CDBG DR and mitigation tranches, which were approved in 2017 and that we were first given access to here in the Virgin Islands in 2018, the territory has until, I believe it's November of 2025 to obligate the money, and until, I think it's February of 2026 to spend the money. And what has been made clear to us during our discussions with HUD officials is that they are very serious about recapturing these funds. And so the time constraints are very, very real. This was reinforced with us during our last communication with HUD just in the last few weeks. So the time constraints are extremely serious, and that's one of the reasons that we are trying to get some of those monies pumped into Tech Village, Catalyst Fund Part 2, and hopefully the Innovation District project on St. Thomas.
Thank you, but please, the timeline. I just want a timeline right quick, please. Timeline. Give us a timeline.
Timeline for Tech Village or timeline for what exactly, Senator?
The funding. We spoke to the funding and the impact of the time.
Okay. So for Tech Village, we need the money within the next couple of months. We hope to close, and we're pushing our friends at the Housing Finance Authority to complete their evaluation of our project. We have submitted or resubmitted our application. I think it's seven. This is the seventh submission that we've made. We are pushing them very hard, and I believe that there is goodwill on their side so that we can get our subrecipient agreement approved within the next 2 months so that we can go to closing and then start construction thereafter. So that's the timeline with respect to CDBG for Tech Village. But again, I want to make sure I'm answering your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for your responses. Very quickly, Mr. President, Dr. Hall, you made a note that you needed funding in order for us to secure accreditation of the medical school in particular. I guess the team that you're before, they're concerned about operational funding. And you also shared that you are, I guess, having conversations with prospective donors, if you will.
Yes.
But what is that number? What number satisfies them in as far as your reserves are concerned?
Yeah. The accreditors is the liaison committee for medical education. They will never give you an exact number, but our estimate is that we're somewhere between 10 to 20 million that they would probably like to see. And the way we came up with that number is we did a survey of the medical schools that were approved by them in the last 5 years. And we are using what was the average amount of reserves that those institutions had. And depending on how you look at it, we fall somewhere between 10 to 20 million below that average. That is not a guarantee that if we meet the average that they would say, yes, you have enough. But since they won't give us a number, all we can do is look at what they've approved in the past. So that's what we've been approaching donors for. And of course, we have been looking to see how we can obtain those types of support from other types of entities as well.
Okay, so how confident are you that you're going to at least meet
I am confident that we can meet that target, but it is going to require significant contributions from the private sector. And certainly I have not given up on local support here. I know that we have some other demands which I have talked about, and I would argue that those issues of salary increases and deficit comes first. But I do think that the medical schools that are public, that have been approved in the last 5 years, have had significant support from their local government, but they are in areas where there are more resources available, and we are sensitive to that.
Understood.
So I still remain confident, even though we are not where we need to be in regards to reserve funds.
Okay, and finally, before I go to the next speaker, I believe Mr. Chapman spoke about annually, or they anticipate providing the contributions to the university, some $2.7 million in FY 2023. How does UVI capture that $2.7 million in their operations, or is it captured in your operations?
It's not captured in the operating budget because we have to, and I apologize for my voice, those funds come to us in a restricted manner. Okay. A large portion of them go to scholarships. So we can only use them for that particular purpose. But they are very valuable for us in that particular purpose because even with free tuition, there are numerous categories of students who need financial support, and the RT Park scholarships really make a difference in that category.
So annually, I see that there's been an upward trajectory, and I have to congratulate the RT Park for what I'm seeing over the years as their operating revenues. Their revenues over the years have, I mean, even during the pandemic, the RT Park has, been very progressive in increasing their revenues. I see where, the park started out in 2004 to 2008, and it doesn't really tell me, but I see it's like 1.5 million, and I'm seeing in 2023 they're projecting 10 million. So it's been an upward trajectory. So it also means that the funding that you're receiving from the RT Park has been an upward trajectory as well. I see where from 2016 you started to see where the RT Park started out with 578,000 and has now progressed all the way to $2.7 million. But you shared that it's scholarship, and we know that we have the $3 million scholarship program here, free tuition scholarship program here in the territory. So tell me, what type of scholarships do you issue from this $2.7 million?
In a lot of different categories. For example, students who do not qualify for free tuition because they don't meet the 2.5. Second, for individuals who are not from the territory, who are our students, we use those funds for those purposes. Remember, free tuition is just for tuition. Students have fees and books and housing and food, so we're able to use those funds for that particular purpose.
So you offer, let me just ask you, so students who are not from the territory, is this need-based scholarships, or what type of scholarships are you offering here?
Of course, they are need-based. Every student has to go through our financial aid office, and we know what resources they have, and we are able to try to address the gap between what they have and what their tuition is. Remember, for out-of-territory students, their tuition is much higher than our in-territory students. Grad students is another category. Free tuition does not apply at all to even in-territory graduate students, and we want to support them.
But what about your PhD students?
Same. We use those funds to assist a PhD student as well. We don't provide as much in that category because we try to aim it more at our undergraduate population, but we certainly have in the past used it for graduate students as well.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just want to clarify, I focused on the scholarship funds, but when I meet with companies that are coming in, we talk about Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 is the scholarships. Tier 2, which is also very appreciative, is when a company devotes an amount of funding to a particular program, be it data science, it could be innovation center. Some have even been to the medical school. So we have to use those funds only for those purposes. So we can't put them in the operating budget, for example, to raise salaries or to do something else.
Understood.
But I echo your sentiment that we are very appreciative of the growth that we've seen in the RT Park and for the contributions that have come to the university, and in the areas that I have talked about, they have made a difference, and especially in the scholarship area, it gives us much more flexibility than we've had in the past.
So as these dollars come over to the university, you know that there is restricted funds, so they also come, so it's not restricted, an overall restricted policy. It basically says from the RT Park, based on their those individuals that's participating, or those companies that are participating in the RT Park, the dollars will come over and say X amount of dollars in scholarship for the medical program. So you get it, you get those, that you would get that $2.7 million with a listing of this is how we want these funds to be used for this year.
Yeah, well, they come with the name of the companies that are making the contribution.
Right.
And in the agreement, the park tenant agreement for each company, they've indicated whether they want scholarships or internships.
Got it.
And for Tier 2, it indicates whether it's going to music or for the medical school or whatever. And so we categorize it based on what is in that park tenant agreement because of the information we received from the RT Park, and we are accountable. If we don't expend it in that particular year because the program doesn't have a special need, then we hold those funds. They are in restricted accounts, and we only use them for the purposes that were in the park tenant agreements that the companies signed, basically.
So I also note that there's been like $13.5 million that has been contributed to the university since 2016. What percentage of those funds have you used for these scholarships?
I don't
Would
have
you
that.
know?
I don't have that exact number with me, but I can certainly provide that after.
Okay, so we're interested in finding out of the 13.5, and I suspect the 2.7, Mr. Chapman, is a projection that you're sending to the university, or it has already
Yes.
been sent?
Yes, Senator. It's a conservative projection.
Okay. So we would need to get from you what have you basically done with the $13.5 million over the years? Because that's a significant contribution from the RT Park. I must congratulate the RT Park for, I remember when there was much controversy around the development and the law around the RT Park. So I have to congratulate the work that they've done over the years and the contributions that they've made to the Virgin Islands, literally, and to the university. So if we can get that information from you, you can send it back to the committee. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and certainly, what time is it? Good morning to the University of the Virgin Islands team, as well as to the RT Park team. And I too want to join in my other colleagues in congratulating UVI and the RT Park for their much achievement, and also for really recognizing, acknowledging the symbiosis that's going on within the legislature and the RT Park, as well as University of the Virgin Islands, and how we work collectively to bring about the success stories that we're hearing here today. Certainly, we heard about the master's degree social program and the fact that it has been accredited. The Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. We hear about the Catalyst Fund, the Tech Village. I mean, there's just so much going on, and hence the progress and success that we're seeing here today. I wanted to continue a little bit on the line of the $2.7 million, though, and just to ask, how did we arrive at that number? Is there a cap at any point? How do we start to reinvest some of that money into the RT Park? Are you going to continue to give away the shop? Or, what happens? What does the law require you to give on an annual basis to the University of the Virgin Islands? So I think I see there's like 40, from the pie chart, is almost 42% that actually goes towards the university.
Yes, thank you for the question, Senate President Francis. So there is no stipulation, there's no requirement in the legislation, in the statute, Title 17, which is our North Star, that we dedicate a specific amount of money to the university. The only thing that Title 17 says is that we are to provide financial support for the university. The model that's in place that Dr. Hall mentioned, the Tier 1, Tier 2 model, is really a model that we inherited from the previous team or previous CEO at the RT Park, and we've just continued it. But the money that's generated from the companies, that $2.7 million, which is where we are right now, and again, it's a very conservative estimate. We'll probably hit $3 million this year. It really comes from the work that we do with companies during the sector-based economic development process. So we negotiate a number of things with those companies, including what they will dedicate to the university. Of course, our primary mission is economic development, but an important secondary mission is supporting UVI, and we do that through our business attraction platform. So we're engaged in a dynamic internal discussion right now about how we ensure that there's equilibrium, if you will, between using that money for programs that support entrepreneurs, that support kids requiring high quality, high impact youth coding, so forth and so on, and how we use those dollars for the university. We're very proud of what we do for the university, of course. Matt Beadle, Sydney, through marketing, they really generate a lot of that money. But we want to ensure that as we continue to support UVI, we are not cannibalizing, if you will, the other critical needs that we have within the realm of our primary obligation to the territory, which is economic development.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that as well, and I think it's important that you have that conversation before we actually hit the critical mass situation. And I'm hoping that the boards or both you as CEO and the president could really have a conversation about how do we cap that off, so that we can start to see some reinvestment back into the RT Park. I also heard Dr. Hall and CEO Chapman. There was some mention about the fact that some of the facilities over at the RT Park, namely the School of Mathematics and Science, is that space that's being occupied by the university at this time? Is that a permanent situation, or are you going to be able to open up those facilities at some point again for economic development?
Right. So that's another great question. And just to provide a little context, the grant agreement with the US EDA that provided the RT Park with the funding to complete that building well over a decade ago. It stipulates that the offices are to be used for businesses, right? That was an important underlying concept behind the RT Park. I can't really speak to how that morphed into the situation that exists now, but the situation is that 59% of the space is occupied by the university's math and science department. The university is our partner. We support the university handsomely now. We're proud of. So, we're not looking to destabilize the university, but the reality, Senator, is that we have some pressing needs with respect to companies that we're bringing in through the work of this team. We have a robust pipeline. And so we are going to have to look creatively at some point about how we accommodate those space needs for the companies that we're bringing in. So we have 22 companies in our accelerator portfolio. We have over 80 companies in our traditional portfolio. And with that increasing demand and continued growth of the RT Park, this is going to remain an issue, the space issue.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Senator, yes, Senator Nobel Francis, I think you need to hear the university's perspective on that. So if time permits you, I would ask you to ask me that same question.
Well, you have it, Dr. Hall. Go right ahead.
Yes. First of all, this is not a building space that was given to us. We purchased that space. This body provided us with the funding to purchase that space. The RT Park building would not have been built without that funding, because the former director approached the university of trying to make up the difference between the grant that was received and the other funding. So this is not a charity given to the university. We purchased that space. We are entitled to that space. EDA, which has provided the grant, has made numerous visits to the RT Park because we have received other grants from them. They have never raised a concern about the university and the park being in that building together. Matter of fact, they see that as part of the mission of the RT Park, which is to have an academic unit that is engaged in STEM research close to what is going on. The park many years ago moved to a virtual model. All of the companies are outside of the RT Park building. So the university is not impeding the park from fulfilling its mission, and anything to the contrary overlooks the fact that that is a building, that is the part occupied by the College of Science and Math that was purchased by the university using appropriated debt service dollars from the government of the Virgin Islands.
Very well. Thank you, Dr. Hall. I'm happy that you were able to get it off of your chest. I saw that. That was certainly troubling you, so I'm happy that you were able to get that off. Obviously, my time has been called, so I'll wait for a second round if we do have it for some additional questions. Madam Chair, can I just ask one final question? I know you gave 7 minutes, which was plenty of time. I just wanted to ask one final question if we don't have a second round.
You can proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hall, in respect to the multi-purpose sporting facility on St. Croix, where are we with that initiative?
The frustration and challenges that Mr. Chapman mentioned in regards to the tech village and the use of the CBDG funds, we have experienced the same frustration. That process started over 6 years ago. We have submitted over 7 different applications after being told that we needed to make changes to them. And then about a year ago, we were informed that the process that they had been asking us to use, and that they would be the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Housing and Finance Authority, that was not the avenue that they could use for a new building. Yet, from the very beginning, we had indicated that this was going to be a new facility. So in most recent conversations with them, they have indicated that the mitigation application should be open in this month, August, and that we can apply through the mitigation path. We plan to do so. We've been trained on the new, Ms. Washington, who has taken the lead here, has been trained on how that new application process will work. As soon as it opens up, we plan to apply again so that the funding for the multipurpose facility can become a reality. We haven't even been able to get to the design stage yet, and we hope that we can at least begin that process. It is badly needed, not only for the function of the university, but it was also to serve as a shelter for the territory. And that grew out of what happened in Hurricanes Irma and Maria. And now we are 6 years and we still don't have not only the function of the shelter, but we don't have a place for graduation, for addressing some of the sporting needs that exist in the territory, and especially St. Croix. So we have not given up on that, but we certainly need the assistance of the administration in moving that process forward.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Hall. And I'm hoping that with the new shift, I'm hearing that there's some new leadership over at HFA, that we could finally see some movement there. I don't know, fingers crossed, and I continue to pray because this CDBG is impacting us throughout this territory with a lot of our projects. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So let me just follow on this conversation just a little bit more, because Dr. Hall, you actually sparked my interest when you referenced the fact that the facility, the sporting facility that's being proposed for the university campus in St. Croix, is also to be used as a shelter. Yes. So what is that conversation that you're having, or have you had any conversations with Vitima regarding the possibility of funding for this particular project? Because there is a project in this district in St. Thomas that we've done a lot of extensive work here in the legislature to ensure that we were able to at least show that the Virgin Islands has skin in the game. FEMA said, look, you have to show you have skin in the game. We did that because the facility will be used as a shelter. Yeah. They are, once we put all of our ducks in a row again, of course, one of the challenges is that we're waiting for HFA again. So that sounds like the common denominator in us being able to move forward with many of our projects. But is there any conversation with regards to the FEMA possibly funding or partially funding this particular project?
Yes, FEMA and VITEMA have been engaged in this from the very beginning. This is a $45 million project. So the vast majority was coming through HUD, but they had committed to providing a portion of the funding because of the function that we just talked about. But their portion cannot build this facility alone.
Right.
And I don't think they are going to come to the table and make a commitment until the larger part of the funding has been committed. So that's what we're waiting on, and we hope that both functions, all of the functions, can be realized within the next year.
Yeah, there's been a resounding frustration around many of those types of projects that's really not moving. One of the things perhaps what we need to do from a legislative perspective is, we need to have a real sit-down collaborative discussion with the HFA, with the lead of these projects to figure out exactly what the challenges are. Because we continue to hear it at most every hearing where we discuss projects that's tied to the CBDG program / FEMA, et cetera. So I think it's time for us to really figure out how do we really have that sit-down conversation to figure out what the true challenges are so we could really think about how we can really move forward. Time is not on our side. The clock is ticking, and it's I hear the frustration in both of the voices of both of yourself and Peter Chapman as it relates to our ability to move forward with these CBDG-related projects. So I think we have some work to do behind the scenes to figure out truly what's happening, because a lot of the work really we can't truly flesh it out on the Senate floor. All right, Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listen and present. I like to hear this big conversation about building and millions of dollars, but the most important thing you said to me, Dr. Hall, is, again, salaries and wage increases. We could build all these concrete jungles and things, and we don't have nobody to run them. We go back to square one. Yep. So as a higher, incidentally for Mr. Chapman, what I think you should do is, you said economic development was your first priority and then the university second. Make economic development number one through the University of the Virgin Islands. This is our high institution of learning. That's why I think you're going wrong. So let's get that fixed and bring it through the university, put the money where it needs to be, and then let's stop this foolishness back and forth. Because when the elephants fight, the grass game mash up. And who's the grass? The employees, all the time. So in 2023, any employees, anybody in the university get a wage increase?
No.
Okay, so for 2024, the personnel fringe, everything is the same? Or it has any percentage for wage increases, any changes for salaries, anything?
It will be the same if our budget
is...
Okay,
just hold right there.
Yes.
Because I was saying, it's the same. It ain't rocket said, I went through, I hear reading, I put my glasses on, I look at the numbers, they say the same with my glasses on or off. Same numbers. They ain't change. That's what I'm saying. If we're going to talk reality, that's what I think we should do for budget. I support the University of Virginia 100%. But I'm proud. I have a high school diploma, CAHS. I'm proud of it. They ain't produce no idiot. I'm not one. Many of us aren't. And why I say that is because, with no disrespect, but we can't keep building everything to match what the states have, and everybody comes in and, yes, we this and we that, we that. We are HBCU with a beach. That put us over the top of all HBCUs that don't have a beach. That's what I'm saying. Let's get back to the core. The raises and stuff that you need for the institution, if you don't put them in the budget, we ain't gonna fund them. Put them in your budget. let me and the senators and we sit on here and say, well, oh, they're asking for too much for this and they're asking for too much for that. Not the wage increases and stuff. That's what I think is the problem. So if you don't have it in the 24 budget,
Well,
okay,
we don't submit the budget to you. The governor does.
Right.
And that's why I am here asking that it be added, because if I could have submitted the budget directly to you, it would have been in our budget. But
we have the weirdest system in town. and why I say that, because there's no way I'm going to send a financial team to present a budget for me and then have everybody in every department come and ask for the separate money. Senseless. Makes no sense to me. But hey, we go through the motions and we do the do. The bottom line is, this is the institution here. And we have a new finance chair that looks at things from a perspective of somebody who's been an accountant and understanding. But I understand numbers. 1 and 1 still 2. So the bottom line is, if you're going to put in to run these programs, to run these facilities, and to get all of these things, and if you're going to attach it to a budget that's going to show me what I could say, hey, I represent the people who spend this money for the people. If we spending it on the people to get these things done, you got me sold. But when I hear about millions of dollars and stuff and things for buildings and an RT park, and different things, you guys are higher institutions of learning. I support that 100%. That's the route to go for the territory. Let's go through the route of economic development through the University of the Virgin Islands. Not tack you on after going through too many times. But like I said, now I would like to know, we just named the facility for the Blake gym after Eldridge Blake.
yes,
The parking lot horrendous. Do you have any funding in capital outlay in 2024 to repair that parking area? Because that's a reflection of the university. When you drive down and you look at this facility, you go inside and you see how beautiful it is for the events that are given. And then you see a parking lot. If it drizzle, you got to drive through mud. And I just shine my tires up and everything. Come on. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're doing. So if you don't mind, a capital outlay do you have for total projects? But I would like to see that parking area.
yes, we have only $500,000 for the entire physical plant needs of both St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Give us a breakdown. Through the chair, give us a breakdown of a wish list. Dr. Hall, you say you're leaving next year? Leave your legacy. Give us a wish list. So come next year, budget, if that's going to be your last, then you're putting out all the stuff. So give us a wish list of your stuff that we can see pertinent, that we could decide to fund what we want to fund.
I will do that.
That would be fine. The
1 minute.
The free tuition fund, how much money is in that fund presently?
About $6 million.
Okay, so how many students have taken advantage of that program?
Shirley Lake King, Vice President, Administration and Finance. By the way, happy birthday. We do have about 500 students per year.
Oh, wait, excuse me, it in my body, as a Volga, it's September. September.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I thought I heard on the radio that was your birthday.
Oh, sorry, no. Thank you.
My
Thank you
apologies.
anyhow.
30 seconds.
Yes, okay, sorry.
About 500 students per year participate in the program. Well, 500 awards are made. Maybe the same students because we have 3 semesters or 4 semesters in a year.
Okay, so 500. So I think that's something, and we have 500 students a year, and we got $6 million sitting in a fund. 1 and 1 is 2. We're doing something, either we're doing something wrong or we putting out the wrong message. If I have $3 million is what we give for the program, and we have 6 sitting, something wrong. Let's see if we could get that 500 doubled to assist, again, economic development through the University of the Virgin Islands is what I have a vision of. And my time is being called. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Well, my last question would have been to get the actual personnel fringe numbers and your personal fringe, supply, other services, and capital outlay, and your insurance that you pay. You could answer through the chair. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So
just to be clear, sorry, you asked about the personal Health insurance?
Your personal fringe supply for the 24 budget and the insurance that UVI pays, not the health insurance. That's a part of your fringe. But the actual insurance for the facilities or anything that you pay, payments.
Yes, the university's current health property insurance is approximately $2.1 million to cover all its facilities. That's the premium that we pay currently. That has been an increase over the 2017 number, which was $800,000.
So let's talk about the increase. So have you increased your, so share why the increase?
So prior to the hurricane, so in 2017, we were paying a premium, and our premium year runs from January 1st to December 31st. And so we were paying $800,000. January of 2018, it went up to $1.6 million. And then January of this year, it went up to 2.1.
So it's continuing
And that's
to increase?
market conditions. There was no valuation added to increase, cause that increase. This is just the market conditions, and we are seeing a similar phenomenon in our other insurances for marine vessels and which are used for research instruction.
And what's your coverage amount? What's your coverage?
So we have a $20 million per occurrence limit.
Per occurrence, okay.
Correct.
All right. Okay, so let's go back to the salary increases. So, of course, the budget that came down from in the executive budget is basically the numbers from last fiscal year, right?
Correct.
So, in your testimony, you asked for consideration for $1.3 million for salary increases.
Yes.
My question is, that $1.3 million is inclusive of faculty and staff?
Yes,
So
it is.
It's across the board for all employees at the University of the Virgin Islands?
That is correct.
All right, that's good information. So there you have it, Mr. Savanero.
I like a
I don't know that a breakdown can be provided because I suspect, how do you decide on your salary increases? Do you have unionized employees?
Mm-hmm. The faculty are unionized, and that's one of the challenges here because the present collective bargaining agreement has ended, and we are in the process of negotiating a new one.
Okay.
And that's why they have put forth to us what the teachers union have been able to obtain from the government, and they feel that they should be able to receive something similar. So but we don't want to just provide a salary increase for faculty and not provide the same for staff and administrators. So that number includes all employees, and that includes the fringe.
Correct.
And that includes the fringe as well.
So you have just one union at the university?
That is correct.
So the other employees are basically non-union?
That is
and
correct.
they're non-union classified. So you have some people that are classified. Do you have? I'm certain that you would have some level of your officers would be considered more like what we call the exempt services in government.
Yes.
Okay, so this is inclusive of every single body at the university.
Everybody.
All right. So that's important information. So let's go back to the $6 million, because I was going to ask the question, but I always try to allow my colleagues to get in as much, and then I will try to follow up. So the $6 million is, how long have we had this free tuition program?
I believe it started 2019.
So all of, what was that, 5 years?
Correct.
All of 5 years, right? So
Yeah.
5 years, and within the 5 years, did you receive the entire $3 million every year?
No, we have not. And there have been the second year, because we had sufficient funds, we indicated to OMB that we would not be requesting a drawdown in that particular year. But in the other years we did not receive it this year as well, because we had sufficient funds to cover the students.
So this $6 million is what you have, or what's
Yes.
that's left?
Yes.
Okay, so what I need you to provide to this committee is exactly what you've received thus far annually from the University from OMB and what you have expended as per the program. If you have years when there's zero and you did do carryover, we want to see that as well for every year and
Sure.
just take the carryover. And so please provide us with that report because you did make a major ask this morning about our ability to move forward with the medical school. And a lot of effort has gone into that work. I remember when I served on the board for a short time, a lot of work went into that. So, we have to make good on this. We built a building. How much, what was the cost of that facility? What's the cost of that facility?
The three facilities
Yes,
together.
the three facilities, yes.
Yeah, about $38 million.
So we're in $38 million. So we need to get an accredited medical school in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I don't think we are out of options. So we have a responsibility to do what is necessary. And if we have to pool our resources in whatever way, whatever that looks like, we have to make it happen.
Okay.
As I sat here, I do have some ideas that we can discuss. I'll discuss it with my colleagues as to how we can try our best to support this very important project. Initiative is the better word that we've been trying to, move forward and establish in an earnest way here in the territory. So we have some work to do around that. So you're not alone on this one.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
And then you asked for some new items. I don't remember what page it was on, but I did take a note of those new items. It's $1.4 million, $1.5 million of new items. I would like to get an actual breakdown. You did make mention of them, but I don't recall seeing an actual breakdown of those items.
Yeah. We can provide it again, but in my testimony, I do
Give me the page number, please.
Excuse.
The page. Number page 5?
Yes.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
And I.
Yep. You will see the.
Oh, so you did break it out?
Yes, GERS, the premium, and the insurance.
So these are real operating costs. These are
Yes.
absent of these funds, it places you in a true operational deficit. And this is why it's important for us to understand. So our revenues are revenues in the territory, right? So we also have to be very mindful of that. And our responsibility is to ensure that we are able to stand up our university in the best way. But you presented to us the $36,751,000, and it's important for you to provide this committee with, if you see areas that you can reduce because of the activity within this 36,751. You may not, I don't know, because you remember we talked about the surveyor program and the appraisers program, and those are minimal dollars.
Yeah.
But every dollar counts. So if there's anything in here, and I'm going to go through it at some point with you, so we'll do that exercise before you leave. But if there's anything in here that you believe that we can look at differently, we can carry over to the next year, and you would need the funding in 25, then we have to make those considerations because we really want to make sure that we make good on the challenges that you have.
Okay, thank you.
So we're on the same page with that?
Yes.
Good. All right, so Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Very good morning, still morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers that are here before us justifying their budget requests. And good morning to the people of Virgin Islands. I want to also join my colleagues in commending the RT Park and their achievements. And we've been seeing growth, so that's commendable. Thank you for the work that you're doing. I do have a few questions, and let's start with Dr. Hall in UVI. You spoke about some of the challenges that you're having financially. And some of my colleagues were asking in regards to, especially your challenge with the salary of employees. Your last increase you mentioned was in FY22, was the last time your employees received a raise. What was that total amount figure?
1.2 million was what was allocated by this body.
1.2 million. And your ask for FY24 is what?
1.3.
1.3. And just for clarity, I think I heard you mention it, a question that was asked before. Is this inclusive only of the faculty or also staff, administration, and everyone is included in this 1.3?
Yes, everyone is included in the 1.3.
Great. And this is at a 3% increase, or what percentage is this?
Yes, we are asking for a 3%. And
3%.
And the basis for that is that's what the governor is providing for all other government employees. And we felt it is fair that the university employees receive the same.
I understand, and I agree with you. It makes total sense, and you must also be competitive with other organizations and the government and so forth. So you have my support in that. It's important that employees be duly compensated. So I agree totally with that. Now, in regards to your ongoing operation deficit, what do you attribute this deficit to?
Increases that have been, decisions that have been made at the central government level that increases the GERS contribution that we have to make. But yet, because we are a semi-autonomous agency, no additional funds were added to our budget to cover that increase, for example. The same with health insurance increases. When it happens at the central government level, it is covered. As a semi-autonomous agency, we're not able to cover it. In the last few years, we have been able to fill that gap through the CARES funding that the university received, but that funding has ended or will end in the next month or so. And so we can't go to that well anymore. So we now have this deficit. The last one is, as VP Lake King indicated, the property insurance went up significantly after Hurricane Irma and Maria, and we have had to absorb those increases. We've been able to do that, again, through the CARES and COVID funding, but we no longer can do that.
So, with regards to your property insurance, what are we looking at for FY24?
The overall amount is 2.1. We have a certain amount of that already covered in our budget, so we're asking for the difference between what we presently have allocated and what is now being charged. 1.2 million.
I see. And then you did mention some federal funding, COVID. What's your balance on that?
We have expended all COVID funds, no balance whatsoever. We're not returning any funds to the federal government.
Did you receive anything through the ARPA funding?
The what funding?
ARPA?
No, we did not.
No, you did not. Okay. Kindly share with us, according to your testimony in page 6, you said if you don't receive the Senate assistance, that would be a major budget reduction that you would have to be obligated to implement. What would that look like in that case scenario?
Yeah. Well, it would be the number that we are asking for as it relates to the deficit. We did a 1 million reduction across the board. Not everyone receiving the same reduction, but we had an analysis of getting each unit to absorb. The board requires us to present to them a balanced budget. So if we aren't able to generate additional revenue, then the only alternative is to reduce budgets, and the units really struggled to absorb the 1 million in this fiscal year. And if we had to impose another one in that same range or higher, it would really challenge every unit at the university because so much of the budgets in all of the
One
units
minute.
are personnel expenditures. So there's not a lot of flexibility in travel and other sorts of things. So it cuts back on the services that the units can provide. So we're hoping we don't have to do that. We're doing our part. As I indicated in my testimony, we're increasing tuition. Our enrollments, we anticipate, will be up in the fall. Right
30
now,
seconds.
they're targeted at a 3% increase. We hope that that will be higher by the time students arrive. But the tuition increase and an enrollment increase is not going to cover the entire deficit that we are experiencing.
Understood. And thank you for sharing with us, and we'll see here what we could do to assist you in that endeavor. With regards to the free tuition, this is my last question, and my time is going to be called.
Time.
We were here having conversations with some of my colleagues, and we had a question in regards to the online program. Is the online program covered in the free tuition? And if not, why?
Originally, when the bill was passed, the online program was just up and running. It was probably in its infancy. And because at that time we were fearful of the online program taking students away from the on-ground program, the legislation that was passed excluded it, or the rules that were passed excluded it. So that is the rationale. I think that is something that also can be exhibited or re-examined. The other issue is that a lot of our online students are part-time. And so, as you know, Senator, we've had discussions about including part-time students in the free tuition, and that would help with addressing the needs of quite a few additional students.
Thank you for sharing that information. We will continue. We're bringing the bill again in the 35th and continue to speak to my colleagues and other stakeholders to ensure that this time around we could get it through. Thank you, Dr. Hall and Director Chapman, for the work both of you are doing for our territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So let's go back to the 7% increase in the tuition. What are you anticipating generating for your operating budget as a result of the 7% increase?
Shirley Lake King, Vice President, Administration and Finance. With the 7%,
In addition to
with a flat enrollment, we're looking at 450,000 thereabouts. With an enrollment about 3% is about 500,000.
So your increase will only yield you $500,000, give or take.
Correct, in one fiscal year.
In one fiscal year. Oh boy. Yeah.
But the tuition, I'm sorry, may I add, the tuition is also a 2 year, so there's another 7% in the following fiscal year.
Okay, so in
academic
the
year.
following, well, so in the following academic year, which would cross over with fiscal year 2024. So the increase is what year?
So the increase goes into fall of 2023
Okay,
at
this fall.
7%, right? And the
Okay.
second one will be fall of 2024.
So give or take $1 million.
Correct.
But you won't see the $1 million in a fiscal year.
In this fiscal
proper.
year,
Correct.
no.
Got it.
Only a month of that would be included in this fiscal year.
Understood. And you have rolled that 450 into your budget considerations, and you're still short. You would still be short that 1.4? What was it, 1.4?
2.79, I think it was.
No, not with it, the salary
with the
increases,
salary,
just the
with the
items.
Deficit amount.
1.5 million. Okay, just needed to be clear on that. So, but for the tuition increase, your ask would have been 2 million then?
No
That's what
doubt.
you're saying?
No
All right.
doubt.
Just want to make sure we understand what's happening here. All right. Senator James? Okay, Senator James, I'm not seeing him. Okay, so I'm not seeing Senator James. He probably stepped out of the room, so let me just use this opportunity to go through the different sources or areas that we funded in the 2023 budget, just to make a determination as to where you are with those, and we need to true up the true needs, okay? So, and I'm not going to go through all of them, just those that jump out at me.
Sure.
So let's start with the senior citizen tuition payment. We've appropriated over the years, and this fiscal year is no different, $100,000. What are your expenditures looking like in that category?
They are greater than that amount. VP Lake King, we've been seeing quite a demand from senior citizens in this area. So we are over about 100,000. So we really need 200,000 to cover that. We've been grabbing from other sources to make that up so we don't turn senior citizens away.
Okay. The 100,000 to the community engagement and lifelong learners program for the vocational education programs. That's 100,000 as well.
Yes, that's CEL.
That's CEL. Yes.
That's the new name for CEL.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been a consistent amount.
Okay, so that's the UVA. That's right. That's UVA CEL. You're correct. Okay, so tell us about your green technology program. I know that's a program that we funded for quite some time, and just give us an update as to what's happening with that program and the associated funding that we provide.
It continues to be a tremendous resource to the territory. They are the lead in developing the hazard mitigation plan for the entire territory. They're doing a lot in regards to renewable energy. They have in the past really been the kind of policy arm for the territory in understanding renewable energy and things of that sort. So this helps to cover the executive or the director's salary and other expenditures, but it is continuing to add tremendous value. The director was instrumental in helping us in regards to the ag plan. They have worked with farmers and know better than anyone, I think, the challenges around irrigation and water. So they are an enormous resource to the territory.
All right. And then the $100,000 for the Senior Reserve Officers Training Corps?
This is one where we consistently get requests. I don't know if we are underspent there.
We're under, yes.
We are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just give us the information as it relates to what we're spending on that program.
Yeah, we can provide the exact amount, but this is one that's different than the senior citizen. We're probably getting fewer requests than the amount that is allocated.
Okay. Then that makes me beg the question, how are we notifying our community of these programs?
Well, we advertise about all of the financial aid from ValSal to senior citizen to this program as well. And we have certainly worked with ROTC to make them aware of this program and how students can take advantage of it.
Okay. So please provide the activity for that program for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23.
Okay.
Please. And then that brings me to,
Yeah, for 23, 60K was the amount utilized. We'll get the 2022
well,
number
that's not
and
too
provide it to
far.
you.
That's not too far from 100K. So, yeah, that's a $30,000 difference, right? 40,000, 604. Okay, 40. Okay, let's talk about the maintenance of the St. John Brewers Beach. I suspect that you are spending all of that money.
Yes, we are.
But there's also been an ask of this community for us to consider appropriating funds for, what do you call them, bungalows?
Cabanas?
The cabanas. And we wanted to hear from the university. I mean, you probably, I don't want to blindside you and place you in a funny position, but that's been an ask of the community. That is a well-used beach, particularly on the weekends, by lots of folks in our community. And they would like to see that we are able to put some cabanas on the beach, provide the funding, of course, and so we are, serving. I mean, that's one of our beaches that don't really have no trees. So it's really hot down there. But it also allows folks to, have their birthday parties and their little events on the beach. So I know that there were some challenges initially around when we were trying to appropriate the funds for the bathroom. So I wanted to hear from you around the consideration for the cabanas.
Yeah. Well, this is the first that I'm hearing of it, but I certainly see that as being a positive addition to Brewers, to John Brewer's Beach. It is a community facility, and we are proud that the community uses the facility, and we do our best to try to maintain it at a high level. If that is added, I would just ask that increases maintenance and it increases issues around security, because you would need to monitor, what is happening, and more importantly, the cabanas would need to be repaired over time. So we would, at least personally, I have no objection to this body moving in that direction as long as there are the appropriate increases for maintenance in particular. And I just can't say what that would be, since we have not operated that type of facility in the past.
So of course the build of the cabanas would require a little more from the university. So of course you would have to apply requests to use the cabanas, and there must be some associated fee to utilize the cabanas because of what you just said, as it relates to maintaining, the trash collection. All of those different types of things have to be considered. So there will be a user fee, once we consider this. So we'll have a conversation with you some more on this. But I know that the $100,000 you are probably more than expending on maintaining and providing the necessary security for the Brewers Beach. So let's talk about Ryco Center.
Yes.
Where are we?
Not where we need to be. This has been our most challenging issue in regards to our work with FEMA. I would start out by saying by the end of next month, all of the facilities that were damaged as a product of the hurricanes will have been restored at the university, with the major exception of Ryco. And it is because we are still in negotiations with FEMA to get them to cover the cost of reconstruction. On our own, we did replace the roof of the facility so that it could be preserved, the internal part. But we are not at a point where, and we have engaged a contractor to do the rest of the work, but the amount of that contract and the amount of what FEMA has put on the table is quite a distance away. However, in the last month or so, with the assistance of the Office of Disaster Recovery, we have been making some progress, and we are hoping that we can get a resolution of that soon so the contractor can start working and have that facility back in full operation. So it is unfortunate that we have not been able to secure the type of funding or funding commitment from FEMA to go forward, but we are hopeful that we will get there soon.
Well, thank you for that, because, you know, there's this messaging that we have in our community that our projects are not moving. And a lot of why we're not seeing progress with our projects is because we just having such a difficult time with getting through with FEMA. It's just resounding. We're 6 years in, yes, and we're still in the same place with our hospitals, our schools. I mean, we could just go through it. It's just such a disheartening experience to see that we have to fight so hard when we have experienced such a such devastating, because it's two life-threatening. I would say some of us still have PTSD from these hurricanes that we still have to fight after to get the associated funding so we could stand our communities back up and we could bring ourselves back to some level of normalcy. So as we traverse the landscape, things look like it's normal, but it really isn't, because we have so many things that we used to enjoy that we're not enjoying anymore as Virgin Islanders, and that really troubles me. Senator DeGraff, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hall, if it was asked before, I do apologize. But the university bound program,
yes,
for funding, that students are being turned away. Do you have funding for that? Or if you did speak about it, could you just elaborate, because I wasn't here at the time?
Yeah, it is a part of our requests, and it has been a consistent support from this body. I am not aware of students being turned away from entering that program because of the support that this body has been able to provide consistently. But if there is a need for additional funding to take in more students, we would certainly look at that. But at least the director has not made me aware that they are turning away students from that.
How many students are part of that program?
I can add.
Sure.
Yes.
I have the numbers, Shirley Lake King. In fiscal 2023, we served 187 students in grades 9 to 12 from September to May, as well as for the summer residential program, which ran from June to July.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. We have a point of information from Senator Novel Francis, and then we're going to go to Senator Fonseca.
Thank you very much, Madam. President Hall, in respect to the former UVI employees, I know that there was some funding appropriated for those individuals to be paid out. Can you speak to what's the current status on that, please? I know that there's a pending court matter, yes, but if you could just give us an update on what's happening in that space, I'll appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Yes, the Senate did appropriate funds for former employees, and it is part of a court case. We have, through our legal counsel, developed a settlement agreement that has to go before the court, because we can't distribute the funds to the employees until the case is resolved itself, and the university and the government is free of any future liability. And that is what is holding us up. We hope that we can get the opposing counsel or the counsel for the plaintiff to agree to the order that we have put before them. As soon as that is agreed upon, we plan to provide it to the court, and we will then notify individuals through the newspapers, through radio and other means that these funds are available so that they can contact us. Because some of these employees left the university in the 1970s, Excuse me?
In the 1990s.
90s.
Excuse me?
1990s.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
1990s. It is going to be a challenge being able to locate all of them. We're hoping through that type of communication and outreach that we will be able to do that. But we don't want to send that communication out until the court has signed off on the settlement. The university has been working extremely hard through its legal counsel to get this matter resolved, and we will continue to do so because we want the funds distributed.
Very well, thank you. And at some point, if you could provide us with what has been spent on the medical school thus far, you can submit it to the chair, or if you have that information, you can go ahead and put it on the record. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I think you said 38 million on the facilities.
On the facilities,
But there's some additional-
38 million. But because we've had to hire individuals
Okay.
over time to work on the project, there is an additional amount that I can pull together and
Okay.
share.
Thank you so much. So, my colleague asked a question, but as a sponsor of the legislation to provide the back pay for those employees that retired, I want to say somewhere around 1990. It's been a long time, and I implore both the University of the Virgin Islands and the council, you'll call it the opposing council, whatever that is, I don't know, but to really wrap this up. We moved that legislation, I want to say December of 2022. And in January of 2023, or December of 2023. So we moved it in the fiscal year of 2023. And in December, we noted that, of course, it was a court case, so we needed to attach some additional dollars to it to support the university with the outside counsel payment. So we really need to wrap this up. We're getting telephone calls from these folks who've retired. Some of them are in the 90s. Some of them are no longer here with us. And when we brought that measure before the community on the floor here, they were excited to know that we were not forgotten after all. And now the telephone calls that we're getting is, so this really wasn't real after all. So we really need to see this wrapped up. I think that folks need, the university and the council needs to get together and really wrap this up. It's been too long. We have long paid the government of the Virgin Islands employees their portion of the retroactive that was approved by this body as well. And you noted that there's you have to use certain mechanisms to provide the information. It's no different from what happens here in the central government when retroactive amounts are to be paid out. Print media, voice media, you just put it out there, and there will be some people who will not come. It's just going to happen, but we have to get the information out. And I implore the university to move forward with sending out the information so you could at least start to get the information. Because what's going to happen is, so what month are we in? We're in July. We're in August. So July has left us. We're in August. So we're going to see ourselves at the end of the year having the same conversation. I implore both parties to really wrap this up, please.
Yes. We are fully committed to that.
Yes.
We're fully committed to that. And we just need support on the other side. And we are ready to move forward.
Senator Fonseca, I have one more point, and then we're going to go to you. You're recognized, Senator Blayden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hall, in response to the chair in respect to Reichel Center,
yes.
And you stated that you went ahead and replaced the roof to protect the inside, which makes sense. So my question to you is, in respect to your budget, how much was spent on that roof? Number one, and number two, because you worked on the roof, and based on the circumstances, Have there been any conversation with FEMA to still be reimbursed, or is that it's a loss? That's my question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We spent $2.9 million on the roof, and that is one of the areas of concern because we do feel that we should be reimbursed for that. And those are the discussions that are going on. But even with holding that to the side, there's just been a large difference between what has been proposed as the overall loss and what the contractor's telling us they will need in order to rebuild that facility.
And what area did that funding come from, and what impact have it had on your operations?
We, because as VP Lake King said earlier, we had insurance proceeds that we could use for various projects. We used some of those proceeds for that endeavor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. I briefly had to step out because we had an important ceremony, the swearing in of Attorney Inspector General Delia Thomas, and that's very rare, being that the prior Inspector General, I think, had been there for like 30 years, so I had to attend. In addition, we had to represent the legislature because the president wasn't able to go, so the secretary was there, and I didn't want her to be at the table alone. Besides, they had some good food, so I didn't want to miss that. Dr. Hall and the distinguished panel, I'm so pleased. I think UVI is one of the very professionally run organizations. Few weeks ago, I sat down with you personally so that you can explain to me all the details of the medical school, etc. And I commit to you and the university and the people of the Virgin Islands that even though this is your 15th and final testimony, I want to congratulate you on the job well done, especially that other factor with the fundraising part. The next person that is selected, fundraising is so important. So I know in our discussion, basically we needed about 30 million more in reserve so that we could have sufficiency and attain accreditation. So I want you to explain that to me. But however, the first thing I learned being a senator is if you ask Dr. Hall to explain something, and he only got 4 minutes left, he gonna take 5, and then time gonna call. So I'll ask you to do that under Madam's Chair's time. The free tuition is commendable, but I wanted to ask you one question with the free tuition, because online is very important. So if there's a student in the Virgin Islands, live here, born here, and they've been doing online schooling. In other words, they live here, born here, but they didn't go to a public school or a private school. Would they still qualify?
Yes, they would. Homeschooling, online schooling at the high school level, if they are in the Virgin Islands and meet the residency requirements, they would qualify.
Okay, good, because I got that question because there's several people that wanted to know. Okay, good. Let me just go in here on page 6. You wanted a 1.4 million plus the salary increase is what I understand is about 1.3, so it's a 2.79 million more
Correct.
ask.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's excellent. I can definitely support that. The debt service, can you explain to me that whole portfolio of the debt service?
Yes, this body provides debt service to the university. Historically, we've used it for numerous things like West Hall, the RT Park, contributing to being a part of that building and to other projects. We're now using it to rebuild or to build a nursing facility on St. Thomas, St. Croix, excuse me. There are numerous other projects that have been underfunded as a recovery from the hurricanes. For example, our marine science program, we received a grant from the Department of Education to rebuild that facility. The cost has been greater than what the grant was, so we have to make up that difference. The same with Quarters B and other infrastructure projects. So we, with board approval, will be borrowing $29 million this month from the HBCU capital financing program to engage in all of those projects and others that I just mentioned. Trying to keep it short.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And then the total value of the endowments, what's that number right now?
I think it's about 65 million at this point, though the executive director is here and she can pass on to me the exact number, but I think it's in that range of 65 million.
And it's invested in, I don't know if the question was asked, but it's in bonds, mutual funds?
Yes, we do a 65 in stocks, in stocks, and the remainder in bonds. And Common Fund is the manager of these investments for us, and we've seen good returns from those investments.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you the question now that I wanted to ask. So we need about 30, 40 more million dollars to get the medical school kicked off. Can you explain to the Virgin Islands, the people, what's left to be done so that that medical school at the university dream can be accomplished?
Yeah. Well, your number is a little higher than what we need, but I will take all of it. But what we need the reserve funds for is to demonstrate to the accreditors that we are financially secure, because they do not want to give us approval and then in a year or two the medical school can't operate and all of those students now have no place to go. So what they look at is not just what is your budget, but what do you have to back up the budget? And second, are those funds secure over the 5-year period? Because that's what they measure. So we need more reserve funds, and we need to show them that the funds that are coming into the budget, other than tuition, because they won't count the tuition as being the sole source of how the medical school operates, is sustainable. So that's the reason for
30 seconds.
And as indicated, the facilities through this body and even more so through the Department of Commerce, those funds have already, or that need has been addressed. So it's really operational and reserve funds that are needed.
Yes, thank you, and blessings to the university. I also completed the master's in business administration at the university, so I'm an alumni. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. What percentage of your alums actually give back to your endowment? What are you seeing?
Yeah, recently in our most recent edition, about 12%.
12%.
We've had higher levels of contribution in the past, but it's approximately 12% now.
Yeah, that's a little concerning.
I agree.
So as far as your marketing, do you believe that you have done all that you can do to get that information out to your graduates for them to support the university in whatever small way?
Yeah, we have, but I would ask VP Neves, who oversees that area, to elaborate on what we have done.
Good day, Michelle Neves.
Please recognize, one second, please recognize the mic of the testifier that's to my far left.
Good day, Michelle Neves, Vice President for Institutional Advancement. Thank you, great question. We start off every academic year with a campaign in the fall to get our alums to give, and that's a mailer. And then we go into the spring and we have a call program to go the entire way through spring and summer. So by the end of the year, we roughly have 40 1,000 contacts with our graduates through mail, email, text messaging, a whole host of mechanisms that we use. So as a graduate, you should be hearing from us.
So how often do you send out that information?
We send out mailings twice a year at the beginning of during the holiday season, so Thanksgiving, and then we do it again in August for a mailing. Then we do text messages in the spring. We do it around Charter Day to get people engaged about giving around Charter, supporting the university. And then we have a call program that starts in February. So even when you get a mail something from us in the mail or you get a text message, you still get calls from us throughout.
All right, well, we would love to see increase in the endowment contributions from us who've graduated from the University of the Virgin Islands. We have to do better. It's our university, but for the university, many of us would not have the degrees that we have, and many times we forget. So a lot of those private universities, their endowments are so huge, and their graduates, they just give back so much. And a lot of times you think you have to give a lot, but we have this saying that says one to fill basket. We just have to give. We got to be good humans and really give back to the University of the Virgin Islands. So I'm gonna ask my colleague who indicated that he graduated from the university to make sure that if you're not contributing now, please make sure that we give back to the University of the Virgin Islands. All of us, even if you're not a graduate, it's our Virgin Islands University. So we need to give back.
We've sent solicitations to senators in the past, and we could do that again. Thank you very much. But I'd like to thank you again. I think 2 years ago, your sorority made a sizable charitable contribution to the university. It made a difference. Thank you so much for you and your sorors.
Yes, that was on a national level. There was a commitment to ensure that HBCUs in the country, we don't see their doors closed, because we know that a number of HBCUs have closed over the years. So that's definitely a commitment. That was a drive, and we had to pay to play on that one. Let me just say that. We had to pay to play. When you serve on the Board of Trustees at the University of the Virgin Islands, you have to pay to play. So we want to thank those members of the University Board of Trustees, because they also have to pay to play. But I think that we also should make a commitment to give back. Okay, RT Park, very quickly, let me ask a question. I know that you are very coy and at saying that you're an independent, self-sustaining corporation. However, it's still important for us as legislators, as the body that actually created the RT Park, to still understand your financials. So, of course, you indicated that you are unable to provide us with your 2024 budget projections or budget numbers because your board has not met to give approval on your 24 budget, correct?
Correct.
Oh, and when does that happen?
So we anticipate that will happen by the end of September. It could go beyond that. Historically, it has gone beyond that. So let's say before the end of this calendar year.
So what is your fiscal year?
So our fiscal year is it's October to September.
So then why would we have budgets that are approved all the way out to the end of the fiscal year? End of the calendar year?
Well, sometimes we just have scheduling issues with the board, and we have competing priorities around approval of business attraction deals, of term sheets and PTAs. And so there have been times when we've gone beyond that, and we've just extended the fiscal year by a couple of months.
Okay, so we're going to ask that once your budget is approved, that you send a copy of your approved budget to this committee. I also note that your operating revenue projections for FY23 is $10 million. And your $10 million for your operating revenues is $10 million, but I also see that in 23, that you have spent, or is it, so do you have the, yeah, it is expenditures. As of June 30th of 2023, you have already spent 9.7 million. Is that I don't know about 9.7 million.
Senator, I will ask our CFO, John Harrison, to weigh in on that.
Okay.
Good afternoon. John Harrison, CFO of the RT Park. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I'm unable to see John. Okay, oh, so you are on Zoom or Teams. Okay, so 9.7. Yes, and so what are you projecting to expend out to fiscal year 2023? And let me just say, I asked the question because I know that in FY 2022, you actually expended $12.13 million. And your revenues? Yes?
Yeah, I do not have that number right now, but I can get that. We do have a forecast. I just do not have that in front of me. We just started a forecast and we reported to the board on this last month. So I will provide that information on our forecast for revenues and expenses all the way out to the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, that's important for us to know, again, as the legislature, we are still responsible to ensuring that the RT Park is doing what it's set out to do, with the dollars that it's receiving. I know that you're an independent, self-sustaining corporation, but you were created by the people of the Virgin Islands. So we have to remind folks of that because they remind us that you're independent, but the independence was created by this institution. So the information as it relates to your financials is very important for us because we too have a responsibility to ensure that as per law, you are in fact doing what you're supposed to do. So it sort of troubles me that you're unable to provide me what your projections are out to the end of fiscal year 2023. But I will go back and ask you about 2022, which was 13 million that you expended. So, and your 2022 numbers were around 9.5 million, and you expended 12.9. So help me to understand how you are managing your resources as you expend your dollars.
I'm sorry again. Are you talking 2022? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so our revenues in 2022, total revenues are 10 million, right around 10 million. Mm-hmm. And we actually spent expenditures for that particular year, a total of 6.4, I'm sorry. Okay. So we actually had an operating profit of pretty close to 3.6 million in 2022.
Okay, so I'm having a challenge with your information. There's a report that was provided by the legislature, and this information was sent to the legislature by your office. And it says October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, your personal category, you expended $1,036,000. And your capital outlays, $4.2 million. And your fringe associated benefits, $307,000. So $308,000. And then your supplies, $37,000. I'm rounding it off. And your other services category, 4.7. And so that total was 6.7 or 6.8 million that you just mentioned. But then as you carried it forward to your total expenses, it says 8.2 million, because I suspect that you have another category that says all other, and that all other category is inclusive of your board meeting fees, your license and support, financial commitments to the university, your debt service, including principal, et cetera. So how are those funds, part of your operating, or you have a separate bucket of dollars to cover this all other category?
These are out of our operating budget.
Okay, so then,
yes, when we're looking at 2022, yeah, the additional monies that were down below that were spent were financial commitments to UVI. I think you've mentioned all of these. I mean, financial commitments to UVI, 2.1 million. Debt service interest was 52,000, and debt service principal was $1.6 million, which appears on our balance sheet. And also investment in Tech Village, which was investment, doesn't show up on our income statement either. We show that as an investment, 432,000, an investment in the innovation district of 20,000.
Understood.
So all others extra was the 4,700,000.
4.7. So, do you still? So the investment in the Tech Village, is that a hard investment, or it just shows up on your balance sheet?
That is a hard investment. That's dollars we've actually spent toward Tech Village since its inception.
Oh, since its
as
inception.
of September of 2022.
No, so okay. So let's be clear. I'm not going to assume that I know when the Tech Village was initiated. So this 432 was expended in what period?
The 432 would be, hold on for a second real quick, I'm pulling it up. Since 2019, I mean, is when it first started.
Okay, so this category is inclusive of years of expenditures. So that's not necessarily listed correctly. So if you can send back to the committee your actual expenses for FY22, your projected expenses for FY23, and the breakdown of same, we would appreciate that. And I also note that in FY23 rather, your personnel, I think, is 1.4 million. Is that inclusive of associated fringe benefits?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is. Okay. All right, so if you can provide that information back to the committee, we will appreciate it. Our job is still to ensure that we exert our oversight responsibility.
Okay, and just to clarify, we'll go back to 2019. That is the inception of the Tech Village project, and we'll run it all the way through to the current date, the total that we have in the investment account, or what we've spent for Tech Village for this period of time.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Colleagues, I believe that we've exhausted our questions. For the budget concern with the University of the Virgin Islands and the Tech Park, I don't have any other questions. I'm going to allow Dr. Hall and Mr. Chapman to close. Are we going to start with Dr. Hall? You may give us a 30-second close. We do see the folks from the Bureau of Information Technology, so they're eagerly awaiting their turn. You may proceed, Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing us to come, and thanks to everyone else for listening and for your questions. I want to again personally thank you for the support that you've provided over the years to the university during my presidency, and I appreciate the collaborative spirit. The final thing is, as you struggle with what I know are some hard choices to make, the employees of the university are really the core of what we're able to do, and providing them with the salary increase that I've asked for is really important. And I would just ask that you do whatever you can to make that become a reality so they don't feel as they are stepchildren in regards to other government employees. And the budget deficit that we are facing, if you can support us in that regard, I would appreciate it as well. We are partners, and I look forward to continuing building this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to extend sincere thanks to you and other committee members for providing us with this forum to update you and also the General Virgin Islands public on our activities and our progress over the last several years. We are extremely grateful to the legislature for its investment of, I think the number was $17 million into the RT Park during the inception and also during some of the leaner years. And I want to thank you for the support that you've given us more recently, specifically for the Catalyst Fund. We stood that up with the generous support of $5 million in seed money from the legislature, and also for the land upon which we are seeking to build Tech Village. Based on many of the indicators that we discussed during the course of this morning, the RT Park has evolved quite a bit, but we are not resting on our laurels. We have a lot of work to do. We are very passionate about the work that we do. We're very committed to the work that we do, and we intend to continue to apply, creativity and best practices-centered solutions to the economic challenges confronting us. So again, we look forward to continuing our very strong collaboration with the legislature going forward, and I want to thank you again for the opportunity to provide this annual progress report. Thank you.
And thank you for your for all that you do. Dr. Harrell, is this your last budget hearing?
It is.
Oh, wow. You should have told us. We would have had some cake and punch. We want to thank you for all that you've done for the University of the Virgin Islands. Most definitely, we've seen the growth. We've seen the improvement at the University of the Virgin Islands under your leadership. And your leadership definitely will be missed. It's my fervent hope that once we see a new leader emerge, or a new leader at the University of the Virgin Islands, that individual understand all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into the university over these past, how long? How long have you been there?
14 now.
14 years. I can't believe it's been that long. It just does not seem that long. Yeah, but there's a lot of work that has went in, and we're better for it. And we have to acknowledge that we are, in fact, better for the work that you and your team, has done over the past 14, 15 years. And I do agree with you that your passionate plea with regards to the salary increases of the university, faculty, staff, leadership, etc., is important. We don't want to lose our, we know we've been challenged with faculty in particular, and we have to make sure that we sustain our faculty. And there are lots of universities throughout the country. So they could be anywhere that they wish to be. And if they're here with us in the Virgin Islands, then we need to do right by them. So I'm definitely going to do what I have to do as we do our markup process, which is not an easy process, I'll just share. But, once we see our way with the revenues, and that's why I asked the question about, what are those things that we could do some one-off on, because that matters. Because our revenues are just our revenues. We have to acknowledge that. So we look forward to continue to working with the University of the Virgin Islands. And I see you have your team behind you, and we definitely appreciate them. I'm a proud graduate of UVI. And I'm a little more than a graduate. I spent a lot of my, my mother worked for the university when I was growing up. So I used to have to go to UVI every single day. And I remember when I was at, the name was Wayne Aspinall at the time. I was not doing so well in English. And although my mom was not making that much money, there was a lady, she was a student from, I think it was St. Kitts or Nevis, and she was my tutor. I had to go sit in her dorm every other day during the after school and get tutored in English. So the University of the Virgin Islands means a lot more to me than just being a graduate of UVI. I spent a lot of time in what you call CA building. Is it still named CA? Yes, CA building. Yes. So I want to thank you, and of course the team of the RT Park. Your work is really significant to our economic development here in the territory, and we definitely appreciate the work that you do, and we've seen significant, I have to say, significant development as a result of the work that you and your team do, Mr. Chapman, and we see you and we appreciate it. So as well, anything that we can do from a legislative perspective to help to move along the work that's being done and to support economic development with regards to the RT Park, we are here for it. So I want to thank you, and without any other comments, the committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the agenda? Into the record, I'm sorry.
Block 2, VI Bureau of Information Technology, invited testifier, Mr. Rupert Ross, Director, VI Bureau of Information Technology. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I do see our BIT Director on his team, and his team, Mr. Ross and his team on St. Croix, and we do have one of his team members here on St. Thomas. And I know, Mr. Ross, that you made every effort to be here this morning, and you were challenged with the challenges that we have with our seaplanes. So the good thing is that we have our committee room in St. Croix, so we are able to continue to conduct the business of the legislature. So thank you and your team for being here. We're going to ask you to please put your name and title on the record, and your team members will follow suit. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairwoman Gregory. Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good morning, Mark Bow, Chief Technology Officer for the Bureau of Information Technology.
And
good afternoon, Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, Bureau of Information Technology.
Thank you for your for providing that information. Are you prepared to provide us with your testimony, Director Ross?
I am. I should have one other person online and may need to be able to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, Hasina Harris, the Bureau's Finance Manager.
All right, Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, are you on St. Croix? Or on St. Thomas?
I'm remote today.
Oh, you're remote. All right. Mr. Ross, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance, other members and staff of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. My name is Rupert Ross. I'm the Director for the Bureau of Information Technology and the Chief Information Officer for the government of the United States Virgin Islands. Also representing the Bureau today is Mr. Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, Ms. Hasina Harris, Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. Mark Bow, Chief Technology Officer. We are here today to support the Bureau of Information Technology's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. The budget request supports the government of the Virgin Islands aligned enterprise IT strategy. We will highlight some of our initiatives and projects that not only demonstrate our commitment to delivering real value, but also emphasize our dedication to serving our agency stakeholders diligently. Delivering added value is not a one-time occurrence. It is an essential element embedded in the supply of our IT services. Our goal is consistently meet and surpass stakeholders' expectations, ensuring that our performance remains in alignment with their evolving needs. The Bureau of Information Technology, otherwise called the Bureau or BIT, was created in 2003 under Title 3, subsection 10, to develop a comprehensive technology strategy for the government of the Virgin Islands. BIT restructured its model and established a collaborative system that facilitates cooperation between BIT and our GVI agency partners. Our strategy is to ensure the Virgin Islands possesses the most secure, efficient, and consolidated enterprise IT operations that supports digital transformation that is readily available to deliver enhanced, secure service delivery to the residents' needs of the territory. Our strategy envisions a future of the Virgin Islands that encompasses the following objectives: facilitating Governor Bryan's goal of digital transformation for the government of the Virgin Islands, developing a comprehensive digital transformation strategy and roadmap that aligns with BIT's charter, vision, mission, and purpose, ensuring that BIT complies with its statutory framework and mandates as detailed in Act 6634, Title 3, Subsection 10, consolidation of common use IT and land mobile radio to improve efficiency, reduce costs, and enhance collaboration amongst departments, encouraging strategic investment in IT, land mobile radio, and digital transformation to enhance the delivery of services to residents, providing residents with a convenient, accessible, and secure single GVI portal available on any device, safeguarding the territory's information assets, and protecting residents' data, implementing the necessary organizational changes to deliver the desired improvements in customer service across the organization and the enterprise. Information technology is the lifeblood that transforms both how GVI agencies work and how they engage with citizens and each other. Our strategy centers around enhancing business processes, advancing digital transformation goals, and implementing strategies aimed at improving the overall resident experience. Through these initiatives, we aim to foster responsiveness, optimize return on investment, and ultimately provide a seamless and gratifying citizen experience that positively influences service outcomes. In fiscal year 2022, with the governor and legislature's support, we established a phase one approach to developing and growing a program management office and a service management office. The intended purpose was to begin the initial steps needed to mature BIT as an organization. We were able to augment our transition to mature operations by implementing cutting-edge technologies and adopting agile methodologies. While BIT is still focused on delivering computing hardware, software, and services as a utility that aids workers in their usual tasks, our paradigm has evolved into a more strategic and transformative role. We recognize that technology is no longer simply a tool to facilitate daily operations, but a powerful driver of innovation and efficiency across the entire organization. As we look ahead to the next fiscal year, it is imperative that we secure the necessary financial resources to effectively continue our strategy and ensure the continued success of our initiatives. I'll provide a budget overview. The Bureau of Information Technology budget recommendations for fiscal year 2024 is $12,833,138. The recommendation supports the following: personnel services at $1,849,821, fringe benefits at $806,744, supplies at $4,045,000, I say it correctly, $261, and other services and charges at $5,881,312, and utilities at $250,000. The proposed budget considers the overall needs and goals of the GVI, ensuring that BIT technology initiatives are precisely aligned with the overall vision and mission of the GVI. The Bureau intends to utilize information technology to achieve the objectives of our strategy, our IT strategy. Our general fund budget requests, the Bureau requests $1,849,821 in personnel services and $806,744 in fringe benefits to fund 31 positions. 22 positions are filled, 8 exempt, 14 classified non-union, and 9 positions are vacant, 4 exempt, 4 classified non-union, and 1 temporary. BIT's vacancies include adding a Chief Information Security Business Relationship Manager, Network Systems Manager, Service Desk Manager, Security Analyst, a Network Administrator, a Radio Frequency Technician, and 2 Help Desk Specialists. We are actively working to recruit individuals for the CISO, Business Relationship Manager, Network Systems Manager, Service Desk Manager, and one of the Help Desk Specialist positions. The Security Analyst and Network Administrator, Radio Frequency Technician, and the Temporary Help Desk positions are new positions budgeted for fiscal year 24. More detail is provided in Exhibit 1. For supplies, the Bureau requests $4,045,261. $107,000 supports the purchase of new, upgraded IT and communications equipment, furniture upgrades, fuel for vehicles, and other vehicle supplies, and the purchase of other related supplies in support of our ongoing operations of the Bureau. In addition, $3,938,261 is budgeted under the General Fund Miscellaneous for ongoing services and licenses for Microsoft products. The enterprise agreement covers all software licensing and updates for the Government of the Virgin Islands' personal computers and users. The Bureau's enterprise agreement with Microsoft also grants the government access to a wide range of IT support services, including IT staff training and health and risk assessments. Microsoft's health and risk assessments provide tools and services to assist BIT in understanding the health and the potential security threats of GVI systems. Microsoft's support teams also provide continuous hands-on assistance and immediate escalation for urgent issues, which speeds resolution and keeps the government's mission-critical systems up and running. See Exhibit 2 for more details on supplies. Other services and charges. The Bureau requests $5,881,312 in other services and charges. $537,268 funds janitorial service contracts, exterminating services, air condition and other service maintenance offers, office lease agreements and storage rental, burglar alarm system service agreements, and other security-related services, various communications bills, such as telephone and internet service agreements, travel training requests, and the Bureau's membership participation in various professional organizations. In addition, $5,344,044 is budgeted under General Fund Miscellaneous to support several ongoing initiatives. The amount is allocated as follows. $4,219,732 is budgeted under the BIT maintenance IT infrastructure to support ongoing initiatives to manage all emergencies and incidents, enhance communications interoperability, and improve response capability. The funds also directly support our Enterprise IT Managed Services program and support the development and implementation of our ServiceNow business process improvement and digital transformation initiatives throughout the Government of the Virgin Islands. The goal is to improve and upgrade the emergency communication and IT infrastructure concerns within the Government of the Virgin Islands. $252,427 is budgeted under the BIT Microsoft Agreement and Support for ongoing cloud-based solutions and services to help with the Government of the Virgin Islands leverage the power of cloud computing to build, deploy, and manage applications and services. $871,885 is budgeted under the BIT license fees government-wide network to support ongoing initiatives for various software, licensing, and support services. The funding will allow BIT to upgrade and maintain devices and enterprise software solutions that directly affect business efficiency and success of the GVI through improved security performance and technical resolution. See Exhibit 3 for more detail on other services and charges. Utilities. The Bureau requests $250,000 in utilities to fund electricity and potable water service at the Bureau's administrative office and tower site rental facilities. Our current initiatives. So BIT offers a comprehensive range of IT enterprise technology products, tools, IT managed services, and project management services, all aimed at supporting and enhancing government actions and activities. We are committed to work closely with our key stakeholders to establish a robust IT infrastructure that empowers GVI departments to fulfill their operational mandates efficiently. Through the implementation of scalable solutions such as cloud computing and virtualization, we enable GVI personnel to collaborate seamlessly, access critical data from any location, and expedite the deployment of new applications and services. At present, BIT is actively overseeing a multitude of transformative IT initiatives, actions, and projects that aim to revolutionize the operational methodologies of the GVI departments and elevate the quality of service provided to the citizens of the Virgin Islands. The Enterprise Microsoft Volume Licensing and Cloud Computing. BIT continues to provide the GVI community access to Microsoft products, services through our Enterprise Volume Licensing and Cloud Computing Agreement with Microsoft. BIT provides the GVI-wide Microsoft cloud-based solutions and services. These services are designed to help GVI agencies leverage the power of cloud computing. BIT provides the Azure Cloud Computing Platform that enables GVI agencies to build, deploy, and manage applications and services. BIT also provides Microsoft 365 suite of productivity, collaboration tools, and offers cloud-based services such as email, file storage, and online meeting through Microsoft Teams. The agreement provides GVI users with the access to OneDrive cloud storage services that allow users to store and sync files across devices. BIT is making great strides in implementing Microsoft's cloud-based identity and access management service. The service helps BIT manage user identities, control GVI users' access to resources and eligible single sign-on for various applications and services. The capabilities enhance security, simplify administration, and improve user productivity by providing a comprehensive solution for managing identities and controlling access to applications and resources. Enterprise IT Managed Services. BIT's launch of the Enterprise IT Managed Services program provides numerous benefits to the enterprise. The program provides GVI access to specialized skills and expertise designed to support and manage various aspects of our IT infrastructure and operations. This allows agencies to focus on their core activities while relying on external expertise for IT management. The range of services supports the following objectives: network management. BIT monitors and maintains the GVI's network infrastructure, ensuring connectivity, security, and performance. This service offering allows BIT to continuously monitor the GVI's network for performance issues, security threats, and potential vulnerabilities. With this level of expertise and experience, BIT quickly identifies and addresses problems often before they impact the GVI operations. Server and infrastructure management. BIT manages and maintains servers, data centers, and other infrastructure components to ensure optimal performance and reliability. This service offering allows BIT to monitor performance, manage hardware and software updates, and proactively address issues to minimize downtime. With this level of expertise, BIT maintains a high availability and uninterrupted access to applications and services. Data backup and recovery. BIT implements backup solutions and disaster recovery plans to protect critical data and minimize downtime in case of system failures or data loss. This service offering allows BIT to employ robust backup systems and technologies to create redundant copies of data, reducing the risk of data loss due to hardware failure, human error, natural disasters, or cyber threats. Enhanced security services. BIT deploys and manages security measures such as firewalls, antivirus software, intrusion detection and prevention systems to safeguard against cyber threats and unauthorized access. This service offering prioritizes IT security with the implementation of a robust security measures to protect GVI systems, networks, and data. Service desk and technical support. BIT provides end-user support, troubleshoots, and resolves IT-related issues for employees within the GVI. Cloud services, and BIT assists with the migration, management, and optimizations of cloud-based services and resources. And IT consulting. And BIT offers strategic guidance, technology planning, and advice on IT infrastructure optimization scalability. Talk a little bit about our service now, ITSM, which is the Information Technology Service Management, and CSM, Customer Service Management. BIT has successfully implemented ServiceNow, marking a significant milestone in our technology advancements. The introduction of the ServiceNow platform or portal has revolutionized our operational capabilities, streamlined processes, and enhanced the overall potential for efficient service delivery. ServiceNow, a digital workflow management platform that connects people, functions, and systems, includes subscriptions to IT Service Management, ITSM, Customer Service Management, CSM, Field Service Management, FSM applications. With its robust features and user-friendly interfaces, ServiceNow empowers staff and stakeholders to access services, submit requests, and track progress seamlessly. BIT successfully implemented ServiceNow ITSM solution to manage and streamline the Bureau's IT service operations. The solution provides a unified and integrated approach to IT service management to improve efficiency and customer satisfaction. It helps BIT track and resolve IT issues and disruptions efficiently by enabling users to report incidents, classify their urgency, and assign them to appropriate IT teams for resolution. In addition, the solution offers a centralized self-service portal where users can request IT services such as software installations, hardware provisioning, or access permissions. The Bureau is working towards implementing the asset management functionality and maintaining a comprehensive inventory of GVI IT assets. The solution will aid in tracking asset life cycles, optimizing utilization, and managing costs. In addition, BIT introduced GVI agencies to the capabilities of ServiceNow CSM. The solution provides tools and features to help the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Office of Management and Budget deliver exceptional customer service by enabling efficient case management, knowledge management, and self-service portals. The ServiceNow CSM solution helps GVI agencies manage and streamline their customer service processes. With the continuous rollout of this solution throughout the GVI community, the Bureau will enhance customer support operations and improve customer satisfactions to residents and stakeholders. Our Enterprise, Adobe, and DocuSign software programs. The Bureau offers GVI agencies access to enterprise licenses for Adobe and DocuSign software products. The Adobe product is widely used for document management and collaboration. The solution offers a comprehensive suite of features to streamline document workflows, enhance productivity, and ensure the integrity and security of PDF files. The DocuSign product allows GVI users to sign documents digitally, and it provides a secure, convenient way to sign and send and manage documents electronically. Our Security Awareness Training Program. BIT continues to develop our comprehensive security awareness training program that aims to educate and empower individuals to become more aware of potential security threats and adopt secure best practices The ongoing training program covers various topics such as, but not limited to, phishing, social engineering, data protection, and password security. BIT aims to enhance employees' understanding of cybersecurity risks and equip them with the necessary skills to manage those risks while in the workplace as well as at home. Land Mobile Radio. The implementation of the scramble feature within our public safety radio represents a significant milestone in enhancing the security of our emergency communication. Although it was recently adopted into production, the scramble feature has already demonstrated its effectiveness in safeguarding sensitive information transmitted over the airwaves. Working with VITEMA and VIPD, BIT has fortified the LMR communications infrastructure, providing an additional layer of protection against unauthorized monitoring and ensuring the confidentiality of critical information. Fiscal year 2024 and beyond. BIT continues to emphasize the importance of investing in IT security measures to safeguard government systems, protect sensitive data, and defend against cyber threats. We are on our way to redesigning the government's network to implement a stronger security measure. Our procurement of new network equipment will enable the deployment of advanced security protocols, which will reduce the risk of unauthorized access and data breaches. This will enhance the overall performance and reliability of our IT infrastructure, leading to improved operational efficiencies and employees' productivity. Moreover, the redesigned network will allow BIT to adapt and integrate emerging technologies more easily. Even more so, BIT continues to strategize and develop its roadmap to ensure IT investments align with the Government of the Virgin Islands' overall objectives and priorities. Our emphasis is to ensure that technology we deliver improves efficiency, enhances public services, and contributes to the economic growth of the Virgin Islands. BIT continues to expand the ServiceNow CSM solution in collaboration with the GVI agencies. Our goal is to improve citizen services through automation, streamlined processes, and digital transformation that will reduce GVI operational expenses and improve service delivery. The Bureau of Information Technology could not have achieved this level of success without continued support of the Governor, the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the Office of Management and Budget, Department of Finance, Property and Procurement, and the Department of Justice. In addition, BIT would not be successful without the support of our agency collaborators, including but not limited to VITEMA, Division of Personnel, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, Department of Agriculture, and the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. To conclude, I would like to thank the hardworking, committed team members of the Bureau of Information Technology, without whom I would not be here, and none of our accomplishments would be possible. I would specifically like to commend Mr. Shakoi Pinney and Mr. Josefi Martinez, our Employees of the Year. Thank you to all our vendor partners who have helped assess our current state, envision our future state, and determine the gaps necessary to achieve our goals. I am proud to be a member of the BIT team. Thank you, Committee Chair, Senator Brett Gregory, and other members of the 35th Legislature for giving us this opportunity to testify on the Bureau's budget request for fiscal year 2024. I trust that you will give the Bureau your continued support. My staff and I are available to answer any questions you, members of the Committee on Budget and Appropriation and Finance, and other senators may have with respect to fiscal year 2024 budget requests I have presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. And colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. And before we begin, before I allow the first speaker, let me ask, you made a reference on page 10 of your testimony about investing in IT security measures. to safeguard government systems. And I know that we've had some challenges with cyber attacks here in the territory. And I believe that I have asked on several occasions, several budget hearings, about the opportunity or where we are going as it relates to cybersecurity insurance. And I did not see that in your testimony. So please share with us, how are we ensuring, or what are we doing to ensure that we don't, if we have a cybersecurity threat, if you will, or a actual event is more like it, how are we ensuring that the Virgin Islands is insured against these types of activities, and we are able to recoup and recover whatever it is that we lose in that process?
Thank you for the question. The recommendation of the Bureau of Information Technology is that we do not seek cybersecurity insurance. The process that we're using to determine that is that in the case that we lose information, and in the case that we are affected by a cybersecurity incident, we're utilizing the national understanding that we don't want to have to pay the perpetrators of the effort to be able to recover our lost information. However, we are doing a lot of things in the background at BIT in order to ensure that we don't have those type of issues. I'm not saying that we are never going to have those issues, but if we start going down the road of making payments to those nefarious actors, we become greater targets for those actors. It's a discussion that we've been having on a national scale about whether or not we should have cybersecurity insurance. And it's been landing on both sides. I must say that 50% of the states say yes, 50% of the states say no. But the recommendation that I have is that we don't seek that insurance.
We missed the last words that you said. Can you repeat them? Repeat your last sentence?
Yes, I said on a national level, there's been a lot of discussion about cybersecurity insurance. And I said that about 50% of the states land on both sides. So half the states say yes, we should do it. Half the states say no, we should not. But the recommendation is that we don't seek it. That's my recommendation, that we don't seek cybersecurity insurance.
So what are you doing with the respective departments and agencies to ensure that we are mitigating cybersecurity threats, risks, etc.?
We're doing a lot of work with the agencies and entities, and so I'll start with what we're doing in BIT. Obviously, cybersecurity is an ongoing threat. It's an ongoing effort. There's always going to be the cybersecurity threat. So what we're doing is we're setting up the policies and the effort to make sure that agencies understand what they're supposed to do in order to mitigate those threats. We are also putting up the technical controls in BIT to be able to establish the understanding, or to know what is going on in our environment. That includes monitoring for threats, monitoring for vulnerabilities. That includes understanding, using the tools that we have for artificial intelligence and machine learning to know when users are doing something that they're not supposed to do, or systems are doing things that they're not supposed to do. We're also engaged in the cybersecurity grant program from CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, to be able to roll out a whole of community support for cybersecurity. That grant funding came through the IIJA. We've established a cybersecurity plan for the government of the Virgin Islands. We're trying to bring together the Cybersecurity Council that includes agencies and entities internal to the government, the executive branch, and also the other branches of government and critical infrastructure to be able to develop a whole of community effort to raise the level or the maturity level of cybersecurity in the Virgin Islands. That plan has been sent out to CISA. It's been sent back for some small changes. Once that gets done, we'll be able to have access to the funding that's available in the cybersecurity grant program. And then we intend to establish the council to be able to move forward with some of the efforts in that area.
That's a lot of information, but I am still not warm and fuzzy that we are doing all that we should be doing here on the ground now to ensure that we are truly mitigating these types of risks. You know, you made mention to a plan and all of those great things, but the question is, when do we see the true rollout of addressing cybersecurity within our government departments in the territory? When do we see that? When do we provide that training and the necessary information and the actual monitoring from your end with all of the systems to ensure that we are preventing a challenge, a situation that can come upon us here in the territory? I would hate for us to be hanging out here having this conversation about what we're doing with the national the national office and the fact that we have to set up a committee and all the like, and we find ourselves in this situation. We are in 2024. That's my concern.
Understood. I can say that right now we have operational the Government Network Operation and Security Center, where we've added devices to monitoring in the network. I think we've up 500% since last year. We've increased our systems enrolled and endpoint detection over 300% from last year. We've also provided services to block nefarious actors and the like at the tune of 2,000 blocks a month. We're operating in the security center, so we are doing some things. I think that I like to talk about cybersecurity, but I don't like to talk about it in general. I like to talk about it in general terms in public, but definitely we can talk about some. We can talk more about it in private,
No problem.
so that you could get an idea of what we're doing.
All right, thank you for sharing some of what you're doing. And colleagues, we will go to a 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Point of information.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, because where Mr. Ross just left off is where I thought you were going to begin with, in terms of talking about the infrastructure that have been put forth to assist an endeavor to address some of the issue of cybersecurity. There's a tremendous amount of funding that have gone into the NAC, and making sure that we're able to create the necessary firewalls and protection for the government agencies. And in fact, there's cyber tests or attacks that's done on a daily basis. You spoke about the fact that you're able to capture most of those things, but I thought you'll really just go into somewhat of a detail in terms of the infrastructure. While there is no insurance, you have paid it forward by making sure that there was an infrastructure put in place to address some of the cybersecurity. So can you just, again, I think for the benefit of my colleagues, because I visited this facility, I was very much instrumental in the startup and the build-up of it. So if you could just talk about those things, I think it'll help them to understand what have been done to assist and endeavor to at least minimize cyber attacks.
I like to talk about cybersecurity as how we look at fire. We know that we have to protect ourselves from fire all the time. And so what we do is we make rules and we make codes so that when buildings are built, that they're protected against fire. But we still put smoke detectors and we still put the ability to out the fires with the fire extinguishers. And we still know that at some point we need to ask for some help from other entities like the fire department if a fire comes along. Cybersecurity is kind of similar like that. And what we've done is we've created the ability to monitor and to be able to see what's going on the network, what's going on in the government of the Virgin Islands data and information. And we've onboarded and enrolled all of the computers that we can at this moment. We're looking at them. We're determining where the threats are coming from. We're determining their vulnerabilities and patching them so that they can make sure that they don't succumb to some of those vulnerabilities. But the bottom line is there's an effort that we do up front with policies similar to codes. There's some efforts that we do with in the GNOSC where we monitor, similar to fire smoke detectors and the like. And there's some responses that we do when we do find that there are issues. Like, for instance, we can reach out to our federal partners like CISA and MS-ISAC to help us with incidents that are come through. The operations center, we take in a lot of information, millions and millions of data points on a regular day, and we respond to incidents every day, wherever.
Thank you for your response. I definitely understand that you cannot provide us with all of what you're doing behind the scenes as it relates to this cybersecurity work that you're doing. So we're clear on understanding what you're doing, and we appreciate the fact that it's something that you're diligently working to ensure that we defend and make sure that, if there are any challenges that come to the territory, we can attack them before they attack us, or we can remove them before they attack us. So let me take this opportunity to recognize Senator Carla Joseph, non-committee member, and we're going to go to Senator Marvin Blading. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Director Ross and Deputy Director Tucker, along with your supporting staff, and thank you for your testimony. Let me go right to it. I'm going to go to the post. Out of report on page 12 of 17, you have several contracts here, but there are two. One that expired in March of this year for $41,000, and one that's going to expire in November. Have these been renewed? Because I know right now we're in August.
Ms. Harris?
It has? Okay, so you don't have no outstanding rental agreements, correct?
As it stands right now, the only outstanding rental agreement will be the one for Royal System. That's still with Department of Property and Procurement. It's an ongoing effort to try to get that established and executed. So we continue to have communication with Department of Property and Procurement to get that done.
That's since 2019. What's the issue? Succinctly, what's the issue with that?
I'm not entirely certain. I've been requesting updates, but I understand it's still between the landlord and the DPP to finalize some particulars that I am not particularly familiar with.
Okay, very well. Your professional service contracts, are they all up to date?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Your federal grants. I see two here. One from the Department of Interior and Insular Affairs. Both of them. One for $350K and the next one for $175. What difference would that make in your department?
One minute.
The first one we utilized to be able to establish our cybersecurity efforts, perimeter hardening, cybersecurity training, our SIM product, which is a system that monitors events and incidents. And the second one, we have not completed our effort there, but that's for monitoring our remote locations so that we can know when the tower sites have air conditioning problems, when they're off of WAPA and on emergency power and the like, so that we could be able to respond a little more quickly to those issues.
And finally, your vacancies. How many vacant positions do you have?
Cyrus?
Vacancies.
If I remember correctly, we have about 4 vacancies available right now, and I believe 2 or 3 in the upcoming budget.
Time.
Fiscal year 24.
Okay. Which one of those vacancies are critical vacant? Critical positions?
Yeah, they're all critical. As we are expanding, they're necessary for us to be able to have the right people in the right places in order to manage all of the efforts that we have going on at the moment.
Very well. Thank you so much for your responses, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. What are your what vacancies do you currently have?
So the first one that we have is the Chief Information Security Officer, and then the Business Relationship Manager, Network Systems Manager, and the Service Desk Manager. And the ones that would be, am I saying that correct, Ms. Harris?
Yes, that's correct. Also, a help desk specialist.
The help desk specialist. Those are current, and then we're asking for other positions in the upcoming budget year.
So what are those new positions, and those positions are funded at what %?
Ms. Harris?
The new positions in the 24 budget will be the security analyst, a network administrator, radio frequency technician, and a temporary help desk specialist. They are all budgeted at 50%.
So that's how many? That's 3 positions you just outlined? Or 4?
3 and 1 temporary, 4.
4. What do you mean 1 temporary?
We established a temporary help desk specialist, and we foresee a need at working with, when we advertise one position, the help desk specialist in particular, that UBI has individuals, Director, maybe you want to clarify, that UBI has individuals graduating where they are off-island individuals that need to qualify, need to work a part of the IT department to be able to qualify for extension on their visa. Well, we cannot advertise those positions on a permanent level. We have to advertise it on a temporary level. So that was set up for that particular purpose.
So do you have individuals that's serving in that category now, or this is just this new initiative?
We do not have anyone serving in that capacity now.
So it's a new initiative?
Yes.
And why did we choose to utilize individuals who are on temporary visas to support, especially those that are graduating from the University of the Virgin Islands? I'm not understanding. Yeah.
We went through a process of identifying and selecting the best candidates for our new help desk or service desk operations, and one of the candidates was exceptional. But when we went to hire him, we realized that we couldn't. So this was an effort to get the best candidate for the position, and so we thought we could do it with the temporary position.
So you're talking about like a J-1B visa?
this would be, he would have graduated with an IT degree, and in order to extend his stay in the Virgin Islands, he would have to be in the IT field. Is that the J1V?
So it's a J1B visa concept, but are you aware that those J1V visas have a timeline? So at some point that individual will still have to leave. So I'm not understanding why we would approach the hiring in that way when you have other individuals graduating and you have a perfect opportunity to train them up, because then you're going to lose that person and you're going to start. I mean, I am definitely in favor of us providing opportunities for everyone, but my primary concern is when that J1 visa is up, then you're starting from square one again. So are is this a long-term initiative? What is your intention with this initiative?
It definitely wasn't a long-term initiative. It was a stopgap in the effort that we were trying to do at the time.
So this is a new position. It's new in fiscal year 23, or is it new in fiscal year 24? Is someone hired in this position now?
No. We established we came up with the concept in fiscal year 23, due to the fact that we had an individual, as the director explained, that was going to be able to fill that role, but we would not be able to move forward without having it as a temporary position. So we kind of assigned funding to be able to do so, and we maintain it so that we can be able to do so in fiscal year 2024 as well.
Yeah, so, we have these conversations that we listen to often, and then I'm going to go to the next senator where we talk about the brain drain in our community. And then we hire, it's a hard to staff area. We totally understand, because we have our teachers that we need, we have vacancies and we need specialized teachers. But if we have individuals graduating from the university who also qualify, who may not be that outstanding one that you choose to hire, how do we support that brain drain? How do we support this Vision 2040 that we're talking about when we're doing, when we're moving in this type of direction? It just does not allow us to do progressive planning, because you're going to end up at square zero when that J1 visa runs out. When it expires, and it is going to expire. I think it's only, I don't remember how much years it is. I don't know if it's for different professionals. I don't know if it's 5 years. I don't know what it is, but that does not help us with our brain drain challenge that we have here in the Virgin Islands. There's a point of inquiry from Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same vein, it was one of my issues too. In the post-audit report, page 17, at the end, security analyst, information technology specialist, and the help desk special. For the security analyst position was submitted as funded 100% by department, but 50% by OMB. Position was for the information technology specialist. Position was submitted as classified by the department, but unclassified by OMB. And for that position, we're speaking of the help desk specialist. Position was submitted as temporary by the department, but classified by OMB. That in itself was a red flag to me in terms of now the discussion you are having, Madam Chair. So I don't know if the director if he has that information, the post-auditor's report, and he could look at that. Can we be putting that individual temporary in a classified OMB position? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I think that we need to really look into this a little closer to determine whether or not we even could be doing this, because usually it is in instances when there's no one else to fill the position. So is it that there's no one else available in the territory to fill this position that you have indicated here as a temporary?
That is not the case, no.
Yeah, so that presents a challenge. Have you submitted the application? Because those are the questions that's going to be asked of you, and you're not going to get approval. You're going to get a denial on this, because you have to show that this is a hard-to-staff position, and there's no one else that you are able to hire in this position. There's no one else on the ground here. So that's something that you need to please take time and revisit. Senator Blyden, Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
And good afternoon. Thank you, Director Ross, for your testimony. And again, I continue to query each and every agency that come before us what digital transformation look like to them, because I think that there needs to be a widespread coverage if we're really moving in the governor's executive order or his order in respect to digitally transforming the executive branch. Then everybody needs to be moving lockstep, and we don't need the silos, individuals going in a separate direction. I've seen your KPIs, and I just want you, in the essence of time, to continue to monitor those KPIs. I see in some instances where you have achieved above and beyond what was the target, and in some instances where you fell short. So I just ask that you continue to look beyond, monitor those. Do you have a strategic plan?
I do.
And what phase of the strategic plan are you in right now?
So we just revised the plan this year, so it would be, we would be in the first
phase of it?
Yeah, the first phase.
And the personnel that you have listed here as critical hires, is that part of your strategic plan?
The strategic plan doesn't necessarily speak directly to hires, but they would go towards the strategic goals and initiatives that we've developed so that we can meet those requirements.
Okay. And so what are some of the challenges that you're experiencing in full implementation of your strategic plan?
I think the challenges that we have are related to having the right people at the right time to be able, the right technical people at the right time to be able to execute on the missions that we have, the initiatives that we have, and building our maturity. It's taken a while for us to get from maturity level 1 up to where we want to be. That effort is ongoing. It doesn't move as quickly as we want. Other issues include definitely figuring out the best way to support the agencies without having the funding to support them. So for instance, any agency X who needs to be able to digitally transform, and we want to help them, where does that come from? Does that come from BIT? They have it in their budget to do the process, do the things that they need to do, or collaboration and help. So I think that's
30 seconds.
So is there ever an opportunity for you to collectively draw upon all of this funding from the various agencies and put it in one pot that could go towards digital transformation of the government of the Virgin Islands?
There is none at the moment. There's been
is that something you're contemplating?
Yes. So we've been having some thoughts, some internal thoughts on how do we do this. I think we talked about a fund. We talked about the agencies doing a service agreement contract so that they could just purchase up. So those are the type of things we're taking about.
Do you have a cost, Madam Chair, I'll wrap up right now. Do you have a cost association with what that whole digital transformation should look like for the government of the Virgin Islands?
I don't have a cost, no.
Is there an assessment that's being done? Do you know?
It is not it's not a single cost, so it would have to be an assessment.
Okay. And just to close off, I know that we had some work being done by Office of Management and Budget recently, where they deployed ServiceNow in the Social Security check, and that seems to have been very successful. Can you just explain to the listening audience what ServiceNow is about? Because in fact, I'm looking at some of that for the legislature as well. But can you just talk about what ServiceNow entails?
ServiceNow is a system that allows for management of processes and people and information. It allows, in this case, the citizens to interact with the government over the computer or the telephone or the cell phone, and to be able to access the services that they need. Once the public utilizes those systems, their cases get into workflows, and definitely the workflows allow for the agencies such as OMB to manage a case from beginning to end. That the importance of that is it's not by you left a message, it's not by you sent an email and you don't know who's dealing with it. There's constant feedback to the customer. There is a knowledge of whether or not that process started and ended. And in the case of OMB, within 30 days, they were able to do their, I think, over 1,300 cases and close them out, and were able to move some of those payments to actuality. So that's, yes, and definitely we want to expand that. We think that it's a good concept for interagency workflows. For instance, in the case of DLCA in the business licensing, there's a lot of other agencies that need to do things. And we believe that the ServiceNow workflow process can move along those things, and we can know where in the process things are before they are completed, and constantly give feedback to the consumer or the customer.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity. Good luck, Director Ross. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I think you're up, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Director, good afternoon. How you doing? You and your staff on St. Thomas and St. Craig, welcome. Let me see. Your ask for personnel for 24 is 1,849,821. Fringe 806,744. That's an increase from 23. Is that increase due to any wage increases?
Ms. Harris?
No, the increase is the new positions that are being added to support our operations.
Okay, so is anyone in line for any wage increases in the Bureau? In BIT?
No, not at this time. No.
Okay. Anyone owed any retro monies?
No retro monies at this time.
No? Okay. Now, Director, does anyone in your, I guess, security center, your individuals that you have in the center, how often do they get training? Because I don't know if I saw anything for training in your budget.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Mark Ball, Chief Technology Officer of the Bureau of Information Technology. So that training is ongoing with the Security Operations Center. We have a lead engineer that's training individuals as we go. Our SOC team is instrumental in sort of detecting a lot of those incidents that we're seeing every day and sort of remediating it. One of the things we're doing is actually trying to employ a lot of automation inside of protecting those systems. That training is ongoing. We have a myriad of
1 minute
of partners, or whether it's Microsoft that offers those training and can offer training to the individuals within the GVI agency.
Okay, and finally, in my 1 minute, I have two questions. I wrap up. One, Director, is the government in sync? All of the IT departments and agencies, are they in sync right now? Or how much percentage of the government is in sync through BIT?
30 seconds.
That's a very difficult question to answer. I don't know if I understand it in its entirety. I'll say this. It's an ongoing effort to be able to bring all the agencies onto the enterprise. We're working to mature that effort, or that effort is maturing, I should say. Work with all the agencies to be at different points and levels. We meet with them on a regular basis every other week. I'll say this: we're monitoring 100% of all of the agencies' users as it relates to their access to the Microsoft products. But definitely, in sync is a difficult statement to answer.
Okay, and in closing, a wrap up, Madam Chair. The Microsoft agreement and support contract renewal in 23 was $5,100,000. has that gone up again for the 24 budget? 'Cause I didn't have a chance to look for it. But what is the cost of that for 24 budget?
So, Ms. Harris, can you give the cost, and then I could talk about the increase?
The Microsoft agreement, the executed agreement right now as it stands is at 3.4 million. We do anticipate an increase to 3.9 million to implement some additional products that Microsoft has to offer.
Okay, Madam Chair, I asked that question because in Act 8617, the 23 budget, the Microsoft agreement and support contract renewal is $5,100,000 is what they have for the 23. So just wondering, but now that you say it gone down, if you could elaborate on that on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, and I'm very glad that you asked the question because at some point during this discussion, we have to flesh out the items that are in the FY23 budget and in correlation to FY24. As the director did an excellent job of presenting his numbers this afternoon. Because as we look at the numbers, the way we have them budgeted, so what we did is we placed in the 24 and 23, but 2023 budget, we didn't do it in 22. And this is where we're seeing some challenges with our numbers, Mr. Savanero. So in 23, what we did is under the Microsoft Agreement and Support Contract, we appropriated $5.1 million, but I suspect that of that $5.1 million, and based on the presentation provided by the director, there's a number of other categories or transactions that fall within the $5.1 million. So he did break it out in his testimony, so it's very clear in the testimony, but I will still allow him or his CFO to go over it with us once again. So this year, in the 24 budget request, we're seeing that number at 4.2 million, which is 4,190,688. In the previous years, in FY 2022, what we did is we rolled all of that up into the operations of the Bureau of Information Technology, which is rightfully how it should look, because then it creates, the way we are looking at it right now, it sort of creates some confusion for us because it appears as if the numbers don't align. But like I said, the director did an excellent job of laying out exactly what was what. So I kind of had to follow it so I could understand it. I think there's 252 for something else that brings it back from the 3.9 plus 252. That's what gives it the 4.1. So the information is here, but it's the way it's presented. So we have to make the adjustment to our budget because these are not miscellaneous costs. These are actual operational costs that's associated with BIT. And Director, if I'm misspeaking, please correct me that these are in fact operational costs that are associated with your responsibility as a Bureau of Information Technology.
That is correct. Larry, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. At the time when we established that budget of 5.1, we were still in negotiations with Microsoft. But once we executed the agreement, we executed it at the 3.4 million level.
Okay, perfect. So it's negotiated down, and then you have another 252 that you made mention to Director Ross. What was that 252 again for? 252,000. That falls within that.
That's
same.
for support and Microsoft support.
Yes. So what we're going to need to get from you is exactly how you are budgeting that entire 12.8. You gave it to us in your presentation, but we need it in a table. Okay?
Okay.
So it helps us to clearly delineate what your operational cost is and the different categories that we are seeing. So while I'm at it, I note specifically, though, that under your utility services for FY23, we budgeted 70,000, I believe. 70,000, and we're seeing a significant increase of 180,000 variance, which the recommendation for FY24 is $250,000. So please share with us where we're seeing a 257% increase in FY 2024 for your utilities.
Ms. Harris.
The 250,000 is when we look at our current actuals and the prior fiscal year's actual. The 250 is more in line with what we expect to pay. So it's just kind of bringing the budget in line with the actuals. The 80,000 that we budgeted last time was pretty much not at the level that we can compare to our current actuals.
Okay, so therefore, what you're basically saying to us is that your utilities category for FY 2023 is in fact short, correct?
Yes.
So how are you filling that gap? I know that the funds are placed in a single payer utilities fund, but when you submit your payment, how are you making up for, what are you doing to, how are you making those payments? If you're short by, you're short, what's that number? Where am I? 250. So you are short some 180,000 literally.
That's correct, and that's a conversation we do need to have a follow-up conversation with OMB to discuss how we're gonna determine how they're gonna take care of the shortfall.
Okay, so do you have other areas where you see that you have excess? Because that's basically an appropriation transfer request.
I got it,
Okay.
but that's a conversation we will have with OMB.
All right, got it. All right, thank you. Senator Carrion? Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon. Okay, one quick question here. The vacant positions, the radio frequency technician and the help desk specialist, you have them budgeted at 50%. What's the salary for those two positions? The radio frequency tech and the help desk specialist.
Both positions are about between 46 and 48,000. If we normally budget at step one, and the positions are budgeted at 50%.
Okay. You see, IT is kind of like procurement. It touches almost all the departments. Everybody need this. And I was looking at your KPIs, right? I would like to see a little bit more, numbers. My colleague always says, what gets measured gets monitored. Yes, what gets monitored gets done. Thanks for that correction. And I would like to see statements like this: the number of unauthorized access attempts to the system, the number of data breaches that was successful and the number that was unsuccessful, like the number of customer serves, the cases open, pending, cases completed, cyber attacks. I'd like to see some real numbers to be able to really measure and monitor what IT is doing. Because, in this time and age, there's a lot of hacks and stuff, and we really need to see how effective the system is. Okay, I wanted you to discuss the land mobile radio.
1 minute.
The land mobile radio stuff, because I've been around some people and I hear they got all kind of channels going on. How is that now being protected with that system? Can you still go into a CB radio and thing and hear what the police them saying? How is that now?
Right now, the police frequencies have been scrambled. Unless you have the ability
30
to
seconds.
unscramble those, you do not have the ability to eavesdrop on that information, on that system.
Okay. You have a good presentation here, but I want to see in the next time you come here, I'd like to know how much cyber threats attempts have there been, and how successful your system is in preventing these cyber attacks, so that we can get these measurements and we get the monitoring improved here, because cyber security now is a real important item. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Or do you need a second, Senator? I can go to the next
I'm
senator.
good.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the BIT crew, director, and your whole team. So regards to, we've been talking about, before I go into cybersecurity and some of the questions along the lines of my colleague asks, let me ask you, regards to vehicles, you have any vehicles on Island St. Croix?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess I didn't see them in the report.
4 vehicles.
Huh?
4 vehicles.
4. And on St. Thomas?
4 as well.
Okay. So you're good with regards to that? Okay, the conditions are pretty good. Okay. So, and with these vehicles, what are you budgeting for maintenance?
Ms. Harris, you have that information in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, but that's, we do budget a portion of our supplies budget for vehicle supplies, and also in the other services for auto repairs and maintenance. Those 2 line items take care of maintenance of our vehicles.
Okay. So maybe if you could provide that. As you look for that, let me ask you now for regards to BIT license fees. I see that there were some changes, I guess some increase compared to what we saw in your testimony. You have what is it? Fortinet license, and some fees have decreased. Security awareness training programs. Can you provide the reason behind these changes in these fees?
Yep. So just in general, there has been an increase in the cost of equipment. The Fortinet, for instance, does our perimeter defense. We have to continue with the fees in order to have the best updates. Those numbers go up
1
over
minute.
years.
Okay.
Is there any other one that?
I think that was the one that popped up. So basically, and then there's the other one, and some have decreased, right? I saw some that. So I guess it just changed. Some go
up, some go down.
Okay.
Yes. And we try to evaluate them, make sure that we have the right amount, stuff like that.
And then someone your consulting services is the research hiring Infotech Research Group.
30 seconds.
For consulting services. What do they do, and what's the cost of that contract?
The Infotech Research Group, the $279,253. I think that they provide us advisory support and also research support. They're like an augmentation to my organization. They bring together expertise and people who have gone through some of the things that we're trying to do, and they provide us with regular and complete information as it relates to everything IT and everything IT management, everything related to transformation, digital transformation.
Okay, very well. And then lastly, if I may, Madam Chair, your main budgetary challenge, what would you say is that?
Yeah, it's not really our budgetary challenge. I think the budgetary challenge that I'm still trying to overcome, and I've been working with property and procurement, I've been working with Office of Management and Budget, is really to figure out how to leverage the agency's funding to be able to mature the effort that we're trying to do, which is to digitally transform the government, to be able to invest in the ServiceNow deployment and effort there. Although we have the platform, we need agencies to be able to spend money to be able to get more out of it. So those are the biggest challenges.
The biggest challenge you have, good. And I want to thank you for working along with my office with IDEALAC, which is to be able to bring all the departments together. I'm really under your umbrella, and we'll continue to work on that piece of legislation. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cariona. Senator Joseph. I'm not seeing Senator Javon James. So Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to BIT and a pleasant good day to you, Mr. Ross, and the listening and viewing audience. I really want to echo my commendation of the presentation of your budget. I am very pleased with it. You laid out and you defended each of your line items. I really like to see a budget laid out like this. It allows us to actually see where you plan or you're projecting to expend money and also to support the reason why you're doing it. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions relative to your projections for other services. Well, actually supplies, which you have outlined on page 4, is going to total $4 million. I know there was a time wherein BIT was going to be pulling all of its resources together for all of the agencies under one umbrella and storing document. Is that still part of your trajectory, or have you now shifted?
It's still part of our trajectory. Definitely, as part of our effort to digitize paper and also to move forward with paperless activities, the goal is to bring all of that information into the realm of the services that we provide, storage, database, all of those other things that go along with it.
So where is that represented here in your budget? That's my concern, because government, one of the key things that we do is we retain records. Record retention is something that we do, but we don't have a lot of storage areas to put it. And while we go through the budget, we are seeing that a number of agencies are utilizing leases to store paper. While that is good, we have to try our very best to minimize those expenditures and put them in the cloud. So tell me where you are planning and the cost that is associated with your records retention, your virtual or digitized record retention.
So part of it here is in our DocuSign, but the budget that's aligned with DocuSign, I think that's in our
The license fees.
Right.
I'm sorry,
And then
I missed the response. Two persons spoke at the same time. Madam Chair? Yes.
The BIT license fees, DocuSign licenses.
Okay. All right. So
part of it is in our Microsoft agreement. And then in addition to that, we're working with agencies who have funding to be able to implement that effort. And I think at the moment, we're setting up projects with Department of Labor and Office of Management and Budget. And the goal is to establish an enterprise document management or enterprise content management solution, utilizing the resources that we already have in the Microsoft contract and the DocuSign contract and any other solutions that may come about, and to be able to replicate that throughout all of the agencies.
okay. My concern is that we haven't been building that and moving that forward quickly, because every time we look at the government's expenditures with the storage, and I cover it already, there's a number, they have storage at Prime. We're expending a lot of money in storing documents. So that's one of my concerns, and so we could move forward with really the retention of document and having it digitized. I also had a question relative, Madam Chair, I'll wrap up really quickly, regarding your grant funds. I know another senator previously had touched on that, but I wanted to get from you how much you have expended thus far. You have the post-audit report before you, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Okay, turn quickly with me to page 13. And you have 2 federal grants that you received from the Department of the Interior. How much funds have you expended on the first one, the Cybersecurity Vulnerability Prevention Project? How much money have you expended?
Ms. Harris, can you provide that number?
Yes, we already obligated about 59,000.
59,000?
Correct.
That's an obligation. That's not, I asked expended. And you have, that grant is for $350,000. How much of this grant fund, which was awarded in 2021, have you expended? That's my question.
Okay, 0.
Okay. And this grant ends next year, September 2024. How much of the other grant have you expended? This is $175,000, and it's for the period of June 14th to 2021 to September 30th, 2024. How much have you expended?
0.
Okay. This is not good. You need to try to expend this money because we don't have any room for any recapturing of money or sending the money back, especially when you have this sizable amount of money here, $525,000 total. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leeway. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Just to follow on that, do you have contracts against those 2 federal grants that the senator spoke about that you are obligating and then spending now on a contract within the grant period?
Yes, we have one contract right now for 59,000. That's where we just need to process the invoice against it and truly call it an expenditure at that point. But that's why I indicated that we already obligated 59,000 out of it.
Okay, so how are you, Mr. Director, moving to ensure that you'll be able to expend all of these dollars, the balance of these funds? If you have a contract, that's totally understandable, that you spend down based on the services provided, but you still have a significant amount of those funds that are still on the table. You have a year, almost a year and, what is it, about 18, 12, 15 months to spend it. So where are you with the balance?
Yeah, so the redesign of our network, I think we were going to use some of the funding for that. That is something that we were working through in the last, I guess for the last 8 or 9 months. In addition to that, I think the second grant funding, we're looking at the solutions that we think can monitor the sites that we're trying to monitor with that funding. Ms. Harris, I don't know where we are in that process, but I do know that we had looked at a few things, and we are probably going to start to put together our requirements in order to be able to put out the whether or not it's going to be a RFP or whatever the case may be.
So let me ask.
Yes, that's correct.
So, Ms. Harris, what is it? So you have an obligation period to 9/30, 2024. What's the expenditure period on these grants after the obligation period?
We have, you're talking about the 3 months
The liquidation.
remaining to liquidate? Yes.
So till December?
We have correct.
So till December of 2024. So you have a challenge here if you are going to be, these funds have been available since 2021, and it is clear that you don't have a clear plan around how you're going to utilize the 175 for the data center maintenance management solutions. What can you use those funds for?
Well, the data center, we are in collaboration with a few vendors. We trying to ensure the solution can integrate seamlessly with our current platforms. We do have a couple vendors that we are in communication with. So we're working on finalizing the requirements and to be able to solidify the procurement. We don't see any delays in it. We look at it as a purchase of equipment or software, and we pretty much on track in getting that accomplished before the deadline.
And then the balance of the 261 that's left from the 350 and the cybersecurity vulnerability prevention project. What's the status of the project, the contract, whatever that is for the balance of that 261? I mean, I think we opened the conversation regarding our cybersecurity work, but if we still have unobligated 261, then we should be ramping up our cybersecurity work. So that's a delta. So, Director, how are you intending to spend the balance at 261? I mean, when you applied for the grant, you had to have a clear, I don't know if this was an entitlement grant or these were grants that you had to apply for. Did you apply for these or these came to the Virgin Islands?
We applied for them.
Okay, so you applied for them, and you applied for them you received it from 2021. So in your application, you clearly had to delineate what you will be utilizing the funds for. So we are in 23, and you still have 261 on the table and 175 on the other one. So tell us, because it have to be a little more than we are thinking about. We have to know what we're doing on this.
If I remember correctly, we started down a road of looking at a solution. We had asked for the grant for a solution to be able to monitor our incidents and events. I think we kind of turned a corner at some point, and we decided that we didn't need to go out and purchase or get a security and incident event manager system because we already had it in our Microsoft agreement, and so we're utilizing that software and that service to be able to provide the same solution. We've looked at that money, and we're determining what else can we do with that money in the I guess in the spirit of what the money was provided to us for.
Okay, so
that's where we are.
Okay, so you know that nothing prevents you from repurposing your original purpose, right? So you would need to make a decision, get the modification done with your federal partner. What is it? Department of Interior. So these are interior funds. So we need to be very careful with how we deal with our interior dollars. Is either we need the money or we don't need the money. And Interior don't really give you a lot, so when they give you, you really have to obligate the funds and expend them at the end of the day. So we really would like to see if there's a change of heart, which nothing is wrong with that. As you apply for Interior dollars, you really have to get on top of whether you put the money back and say, well, we want to use it for something else in the Virgin Islands, because they're always open to doing that. But we just can't have the funds sitting and we don't have a clear pathway as to what we're going to do with it. So that's my recommendation for you. And this is my segue would be the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System. Are you currently doing any work with the VIVIS system in the Virgin Islands?
BIT is not doing anything with it at the moment.
Yeah, so there's no conversations around, we keep talking about data, we keep talking about where we're going, and, there's just so much discussions about gun violence, our student performance, our just overall data on criminal activity, you just name it, and we still have not really looked at that system and decided how we are going to make that system work for the Virgin Islands. I don't know how we truly expect to move forward in the ensuing years and making decisions. It makes it very difficult for us as legislators to make decisions. We should be making decisions around our budget from data. And we talk until we blue in the face around this data. So there is no relationship between BIT and Vivis right now.
No, there is not.
Was there a relationship before?
No, not in any recent time that I know of.
Yeah, this is a shame. The federal government gave this Virgin Islands, I think, over $2 million to set up the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System to track data on our people. And when I say that, to track our students. So if a child goes in grade from kindergarten and he or she have behavioral issues or whatever it is, that teacher can pick up that child's cum from that system and say, you know what, I need to really, I have to, once that teacher sees that that child has a challenge, then they immediately will be able to see the information in the system and then they know how to deal with that student. Same thing with the challenges that we have with gun violence. If we are able to look back, once we see those types of crimes committed, and you look back, you could look back and see what those challenges are. But we are just not serious about this. We just talk about it. And of course, it's not your responsibility. It is the responsibility of the Office of the Governor to pull your agency together along with Education, Health, Human Services, VIP, the University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Labor. We talk about a 2040 vision plan, but I am not certain how we expect to accomplish that without collecting data in the territory. I mean, we have to have lessons learned from our past experiences, but, you know, again, very disappointing. We did pass the legislation, and that's yet another one of those pieces of legislation that's not being enacted here in the Virgin Islands. It's just unfortunate. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information.
Yes, Director. I would just like to know, have any data breaches been successful in VI government information? Has anyone been successful in breaching the system?
None that have been reported to me in more recent times.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Fonseca. So as I asked previously, we need to, because your budget reflects a 4% increase, but your some of what you shared with us, you shared that in the category of Microsoft Agreement and Support Renewal Contract, that's $3.9 million. And the maintenance of your IT infrastructure, what is the amount of that contract?
The maintenance IT infrastructure is a few leases and contracts. Is that the one that you're referring to?
Yes. What's the total?
$4,219,000.
Okay, good. All right. So within that $4,190,000, I just want to make sure you have the 252 plus the 3.9 million. So that brings you back to the 4,190,000. I'm just trying to make sure that there's nothing that's overstated here. Correct?
There isn't anything that I know of that's overstated, Ms. Harris?
Yes, the 252, that's within the BIT Microsoft Agreement and Support.
Okay.
That's separate and apart from the BIT maintenance IT infrastructure.
Okay, good. And then the license for the government-wide network, it was budgeted at $570 in FY 2023, and we're seeing an increase of $301,875 in FY 24 as a request. That is also license fees that has gone up significantly. Yes?
Yes, nothing new has been added under that category. It may be, if I remember correctly, some of the items were budgeted under the BIT maintenance, IT infrastructure that are now being placed in the BIT license fees that we found more appropriate.
Okay,
as to where they should be placed.
All right, so clearly, we need a clear breakdown of these three categories: the maintenance of the IT infrastructure, the maintenance agreement and support contract renewal, and the license fee government-wide network, and then in a chart, and then we're going to place them in the appropriate categories under your operational budget because they are really not miscellaneous as we've indicated previously. Okay, so if we could get that from you, then that will help us to make a decision here. And then under your personal services, we saw the increase, and you indicated that that increase is pretty much tied to, 4 or 3 new positions that are budgeted at about 50%. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how many positions it is? Clearly 3, or is it 4? It's 4. 4. My concern with budgeting positions, all departments are not created equal, right? So if you have 4 positions and you budget them at 50%, then you're only going to be able to fill 2 of those positions. You don't have a large department that have a number of vacancies that will allow you to dance, if you will, with your personnel. So this is something that we're going to have to make a note of to increase this number, because Director, you do intend to fill these positions, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, we have to do better on this because you would only be able to fill 2 of these positions. You don't have 50-something positions that will allow you to do one-off on either one and still be able to fill as much as you can. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So that's the new ones. The vacant ones are similarly funded at 50%? Yes?
You're speaking about the vacant ones from this fiscal year?
Well, they would carry over. Are you looking to fill them in fiscal year 23?
Yes, the vacancies we had established for fiscal year 23, we are currently trying to fill all of them.
Right, so that...
With the exception of the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer.
Okay, so that too presents a challenge because if you're able to fill them in this fiscal year, then we would be under budgeting this number for your personnel, correct?
Correct.
Right, so you have to share with us where are you in the interview stages of these employees so we could know how we should budget them for FY 2024. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I don't have anything else. I see that we have Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question. The salaries here is as of what date in your budget presentation? Mr. Director Ross, the salaries are as of what date? Is your salary still 110,000 or is it changed?
My salary has changed.
Okay, how about the deputy director? Is it still 93,000 or has that changed?
Ms. Harris?
Yes, 93,000, effective October 1, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Director, we have listed as 110. What is your current salary right now?
Ms. Harris, would you be able to tell me?
If I remember correctly, I believe it's, because it was recently changed, 125.
If I remember, I believe, I don't like that language. I need a firm answer, please.
It should be 125. I just wasn't sure, but I'm pretty sure it's 125.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So, you see, this is why we don't have to spend a lot of time, because when I asked about these categories, it was basically said that this is to support the new positions, but we do have some increases in here. Did any of the other employees receive salary increases?
Yes, the chief technology officer, what's displayed in the budget is different from what the position is being paid right now.
Okay, so do this for us, because this matters as well. We need for you to provide us with an updated personnel listing to include your projected expenses for your associated fringe benefits. Okay? All right.
Okay.
Good. All right, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to do it, Director, but I did ask if anyone received wage increases this year, 2023, and the answer was said no. And I asked, so making sure in going forward in 24, they would be funded. So now I'm hearing is 2 people were given wage increases?
3.
Why? How many, Director? I don't know if you're hearing me.
Yes, I am hearing you.
Okay.
Ms. Harris?
How many
Yes,
people received?
Sorry, the salaries that were budgeted for each position were implemented in fiscal year 2023, with the exception of the salary that was budgeted for the chief technology officer position is not the salary that was implemented. There's a variance between what was budgeted and what was actually implemented effective October 1, 2022.
Give me the number, because is it going to be funded in 24? That's what I'm asking for.
Yes, the positions will be funded in 24. So I do agree, we do have to go back and look at each position individually and determine what the new salary level will look like in fiscal year 2024.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So just give us the salary for the old, you said that the salary is not reflected correct. I don't spend time on salaries, because that's not why, that's not my responsibility. What my responsibility is to make sure that we are budgeting these numbers correctly. So you would need to share with me your chief technology officer currently is reflected at what salary?
91,000.
And what is the salary? Because you said there's a variance.
That's right. That's the current salary, but it was budgeted at 82,000.
All right. So it was budgeted at 82, and your 2024 numbers reflect the increase.
For that particular position, no, it doesn't.
8,000, right? So we need to get an updated, because the problem is we're trying to build a budget, and we're trying to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the agencies, and it's so important for us to get the correct information, because then all we're doing is adding up numbers, and it's a little more than that. We're not about adding the numbers, we're about making sure that the numbers directly correlate with what your needs are. Meaning, if you have salaries of X million dollars, then the budget needs to reflect that. If we're budgeting them at 75%, 50% because they're not filled, then it should reflect that. But we have to have all of the information. So don't hold back the information from us, because our job is to make sure that we have a balanced budget when we're all said and done with this. Okay? Point of information, Senator Joseph, and then we're going to allow the director to close.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I do have a question regarding your overtime and other differential. Looking at the post-audit report, page 15, 16, and 17. Do you have that before you? I'm calculating basically a total of maybe 120, maybe 120, $111,000 in overtime and other differential. Kindly explain that to us. How are you coming about there? Okay. How are you arriving at that?
The overtime is to take care of overtime wages as we go through the fiscal year. It's a standard budget that we normally establish. The differentials are established to allow us to be able to negotiate for position when we're at the point of trying to fill a position, to have that level of funding available to be able to negotiate up or down.
But I
To be able
understand.
to fill the position.
That's not my understanding with other differential. Other differential is typically if you're working in the evening time, and you're working beyond the 8 to 5 time, you're working in the night. Yeah, so I'm not understanding this other differential. That isn't a justification for me. Do you have persons who work in the evening?
No, we do not. But that may have been placed in the incorrect category. We normally budget for those type of items in under lump sum payments. So that was pretty much an oversight there. It shouldn't have been placed in other differentials.
Okay. Okay. Thank you kindly. We will take a closer look at that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, I think there was another point of inquiry by Senator Francis Jr. You recognize for your point of inquiry, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Real quickly, I just want to say, rising tide raises all boats. Younger people knocking at my door with these salary increases. But I wanted to ask you, Director Ross, do you have any revenues, any fees, or anything that comes to the Bureau of Information Technology?
No, we do not have any revenues.
No revenues whatsoever.
We pass on costs for internet service that we provide, as the internet service provider for some government agencies. It's a cost.
Do you collect on that? Do you collect?
Not really, no.
No collect. What about any bank accounts, any
No bank
impress
accounts.
fund, anything there?
Ms. Harris?
Yes, we do have a petty cash account.
And you submitted the other information to the post audit?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Director Ross, we're going to give you an opportunity to do a 30-second close. Let me just say that we are going to scrub the numbers. We asked you for some information. You will receive correspondence advising you of the information that we need to make a final decision. And if we do have any further questions, we will definitely reach out to you. But you're allowed a 30-second close, okay?
Thank you. So I'd just like to thank you, Senate Chairwoman Donna Gregory, and the committee on allowing us to present our budget today. And we look forward to your support, and we are committed to providing you the right information that you need in order for us to be able to move forward. I'd like to, before I go, like to thank the leadership team that has assembled for BIT this afternoon, and also the team back in the office who are probably glued to the television or the radio listening in. I'd like to express my heartfelt thank you and my gratefulness for their work that they've been doing over the time. We look forward to being to providing you any more information that you need, and we thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you. And we know that you have your deputy director here. He's been sitting here in the chambers with us in St. Thomas. So usually we let the lead talk last, but we will just ask you to say something. Just give us a perspective as to what do you do in the office of the Bureau of Information Technology, Mr. Tucker.
Good afternoon, Senator Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, Bureau of Information Technology. My role, I am occupying several hats. I'm currently the acting CISO for the government of the Virgin Islands, and I'm also the Deputy Director for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Okay, so are you getting a percent increase for some sort of a percentage for your two roles, or is just at your one salary?
In my capacity, Senator, I believe
That's a yes or no, you know.
the answer is no.
Okay, all right.
But can I qualify it, if you may?
Sure.
If I may? All right. Many of the individuals who work at the Bureau of Information Technology, it's not about money or compensation. It's about service to the territory. So I believe that the team assembled at BIT is all committed to the benefit of the people of this territory. And the reward is the service that we provide, not the check.
All right, it was just a question about, again, it goes right back to our numbers. For me, it's not the philosophy. It's about let's make sure that the numbers that we have in front of us are in fact correct. Okay, so hence the reason for the question. Nothing more. All right, colleagues, we see that we have the folks from the Taxi Cab Commission here. They were here with us before, so we're going to take a very quick recess, and we're going to resume so we can hear from the Taxi Cab Commission. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The committee is back on the record. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read block number 3 into today's agenda.
Block number 3, VI Taxicab Commission. Invited testifier, Ms. Vernice Gums, Acting Executive Director, VI Taxicab Commission. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of block 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon, Ms. Vernice Gums. You are the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission. Usually I would ask you to put your name and title on the record, but, well, let me just hear you. Please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon. I am Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission.
Okay, so we know that you've been experiencing some challenges for several months now. It's been, I want to say, as long as since February, so a couple of months, well. And you were here a few weeks ago, and we adjourned the meeting because we had some challenges. And you're here today again, and now today you're by yourself, and you're having difficulty speaking. And I don't want to be that person that causes you to have any issues, any further issues with your voice box, because you have a testimony, correct? That's before us, and it's, how many pages? It's 5 pages. And then, of course, we have a round of questions. We have committee members that are present, and there's no one here to support. You have a 7-page testimony, and there's no one here to support you. So, you know, I would hate to have to adjourn the meeting again, but I don't know that I have an option. You have to tell me whether or not you believe that you are able to carry out the testimony and to carry out the line of questioning. More than likely, I would give my colleagues 4 minutes because we've had several challenges with the Taxicab Commission. In particular, I see some challenges with the fund. So we definitely intend to drill down this afternoon on, you know, the overall operations of the Taxicab Commission. It's been an issue we've been challenged with for just all of this calendar year. And I would hate to place you in a position where you have to strain your voice. So the decision is not mine. The decision is yours as to whether or not you wish to continue with this discussion and whether or not you believe that you're capable of having the conversation with myself and my colleagues this afternoon.
So, because of how dry my voice gets when I start to speak, I know I would not be able to present my testimony and continue with rounds of questionings also.
Right. And you have staff currently on board, correct?
Correct.
So tell us what type of admin type staff that you have, because at minimum, I believe that your supporting staff should have been here to at least read the testimony on your behalf, and then we could go to the round of questions.
So in the St. Croix office, I have an administrative secretary, and in St. Thomas, I have a collector.
And you were not able to ask, or did you ask any of them to join you today to provide or to assist you with today's testimony, as well as your board members knowing that you are experiencing this long-standing situation?
So no, I did not ask my staff because I was dependent on the support of the board to be present with me today.
Okay, so did you speak to any of your board members?
I spoke with the chair, and she informed me that she had a prior appointment that was conflicting with today. And I know the secretary who accompanied me at the last hearing, she had a scheduled appointment for today. I know the vice president, the vice chair, reported to the board, to the chairperson, that she would not be able to attend today.
Okay, so what is your pleasure?
Excuse me.
What is your pleasure? Because again, like I noted, that the last thing I wanted to do is be responsible for further creating any issues with your voice box.
Again, because of the strain, and me by myself, I would not be able to continue with this in its entirety to present my testimony and respond to questions.
Okay. All right, so colleagues, we heard it from the executive director. We've been at this is our second time we've been at this. The last time the chair could not get her screen on. Is always something. This is an agency that has I think based on the post-audit report that we have in front of us, the 2022 actuals that was collected or expended was $539,000. Last fiscal year, we appropriated some $1,027,414,000, all of which should be raised in the taxi licensure fund. And based on the report that I have in front of me, of course, this report is as of June, so I suspect that there should be additional resources that's raised. So what I'm going to do, colleagues, I'm going to ask the Department of Finance to please provide us with an updated fund balance for the taxi licensure fund, because as of the presentation today, that available budget is $270,828,096 in the red. So as we speak, we are not even able to provide a budget for the taxi cab commission, because I've made it abundantly clear that these fund balances that are reflecting red balances, we will not be budgeting from them. It is irresponsible for us as legislators to do that. So we're going to have to get updated fund balance and updated information as to what the way forward is. We do have some legislation around our pleasure as to how we choose to deal with the taxi commission moving forward, but today is not the day for us to discuss that. So, colleagues, we've heard it. We've had a discussion. And I always like to, I'm going to use one of the my Senate President words, like trying to be consensus driven here. And I think that we all agree that it is unfair for us to continue this meeting with Ms. Gums. It's not about the one-upsmanship of Ms. Gums. It's really about how do we move forward with the Taxi Cab Commission. So I am going to adjourn the meeting today and allow, we need to have a conversation with your board chair and company so we could figure out where we're going with Taxi Cab Commission. And we actually probably need to have a conversation with the governor of the Virgin Islands, because I believe that's where we're at with this. We are at our wit's end with the Taxi Cab Commission and the fact that they see no problem sending Ms. Gums down here knowing that she has a challenge. And then at the last minute, sending you a little email, text at, what's today's date? Yeah, sending us an email saying, I am unable to attend. So, okay, so how do you provide support to her? So we're going to have to reach out to the governor's office. I will discuss this with Mr. President, because we can't keep doing this. This is time, and this is resources of the government. And we will be just as culpable as the Taxi Commission, leadership, the board, et cetera, if we continue to operate in this manner and entertain whatever this is, because I'm not sure what this is at this point. Okay, so colleagues, we've had a good run today, and we go end on a high note. We have a few departments tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, that we are looking forward to. Tomorrow is Friday. I know it's so many days. Yes, we've been busy at this. So tomorrow is Friday, so we're looking forward to those departments that are coming before us tomorrow. So we're going to adjourn today's meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to come to some resolve around the Taxi Commission. You know, when we raise our hands for these positions, whether it be elected or appointed, we have to take the people's business seriously. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and I haven't said to the folks in media and all those good people, just the central staff as my staff, just thank you for today. We're going to move on. So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned for today.